both.
Shit. All right. Is this even on the air? Are we live? We are live. Well, excuse my French, folks. I apologize. I don't like, people selling you something that they're not going to provide on. That's bad business, and it's a form of lying. You're not supposed to do that. Bad business. Bad business. It makes me want to just cancel it. I don't need it if you're not going to. All right. Find my. And I posted in some Noachide groups too. I'm going to go so I can find out which ones I forgot which ones I posted in.
So the post where you had the previous link, I did post this link.
Oh, there you are, grooving, and you beat me to it. All right. Well, my mind has pretty much been cleansed of happy talk. So y'all go ahead and start. I got nothing to say at the moment. I need to cool down. I get passionate, and it's kind of difficult to just not be pissed off. And I know I shouldn't be that way. Maybe I should apply more Torah. That's why I'm trying to do more Torah study. But at this point, I am so flippin' raving mad. Oh baby, oh baby, Daddy needs a new pair of Google Plus goggles.
Take a deep breath, my brother.
Yes, sir. No.
Inhale, exhale.
Well, definitely we all have a right to be angry, but it just depends on how we act upon it.
Yeah. It was just a little, we're here now, it was just a little glitch, and it happens.
It's always a glitch.
Yeah, no, what are you going to do? What do you expect this stuff to work perfectly? Humans created it.
Well, all day, every time I go to, if I click on anything on YouTube or Google, it takes about 3-4 minutes for that page to load all day today. So,
but you know what? To tell you, there might have been it wasn't just you. Frank and Grant tried to get in the room, and I couldn't hear them. They heard me, but they couldn't hear. I couldn't hear them. So I don't know. It's all good.
I think everybody should have to get married and divorced a few times. After you do that, you just don't get mad at stuff anymore.
Well, I think we do get mad. It's just that we just view it a different way. We kind of learn to live with it in a way.
Yes.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I think it raises your tolerance for the little stuff to a really high level.
Yeah, exactly.
I kind of bust my ass. I have to stay. I'm a stay-at-home dad. I had to go to work. I had to work real hard to get things done to get here on time. And as soon as I show up on my part, Google Plus doesn't do theirs. I want my free money back. Oh, baby. I'll be right back. I want to get a quick drink, and we'll get into Pinchas. Right back.
Sounds good. Unfortunately, I didn't do my homework.
Me either. I'm doing other homeworks, and Nor's told me not to stick my finger up my ass, and unfortunately, I did it today.
I didn't know there was homework. I don't even know what this is.
Well, the subject, I think, I can even pronounce it. Parsh, Parsha, Parsha Pinchas. Am I saying? How you say it? I'm sorry.
He asked the guy who never talks.
Yeah, Reuven, you gotta say it because I want to repeat this correctly. I want to say it correctly. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sure James will pronounce it for. It looks like Parsha Pinchas.
So is Parsha the book of Ben? No, no way, no. I have no clue about this at all.
I know a little bit about numbers.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
No, I mean the biblical book.
Okay, cool. Yes, there is a part in the Bible that says numbers. Okay.
Yes.
Happy days.
I don't know a lot.
I probably know absolutely nothing about it.
Let's see. This just quick. The connection between zealotry, peace, and priesthood, numbers and souls, lots and plots, women and land, blah blah blah. I don't know what the heck this is. Let me find a better explanation here.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience, your kind words, and especially Reuven, thank you for helping out with this. That's really awesome. Okay, for everybody watching, if we have any viewers and everybody, the fine folks here, welcome to the Nexus Noachide and Pinchas. It's a lot about Z. I remember you talking about someone was mentioning, basically giving you a nice outline of what's going on. I see that came from. Yes, the Parsha is a weekly reading. It's a scheduled weekly reading for every week that goes by throughout the day until Rosh Hashanah. You read a section of the Torah starting at Yom Kippur to Rosh Hashanah. And this week, it is Pinchas. It looks like Pinchas, but when you learn the Hebrew, which is partially a language of coughing and spitting, Pinchas. Yeah. It's kind of funny how hatred of evil. You think that hatred is an evil act, but I mean, I've heard of righteous indignation before. I've always wanted to know what happened to Jethro, because I thought Jethro was a changed man after hanging out with Moses there at Sinai, and yet Israel goes to war with them. He goes back as the high priest of Midian. I don't really know what happened to Jethro. Okay, so he did fully convert. He went. Yeah, see, I sympathize with Jethro. I went to yeah, I went to a lot of different places. I walked a lot of philosophical ground on the earth, if you will. You know, different cultures, different ideas, philosophies, sciences, and it wasn't until I came to Sinai, wasn't until I came to the whole, Moses, until I came to Torah that everything began to fall into place. And I mean, I had a lot of baggage that I had to get rid of and had to work through. Shoaib, Shuaib. How would I pronounce that? The prophet of the Druze. Second to last one was right. I wish I could remember that. Yeah, it was basically Pinchas's hardcore hatred of evil. that spoke so loudly it counted for all of Israel. Filled with unsparing hatred of evil and burning indignation against a deed that was a monstrous profanation of God's holy name, Pinchas executed summary vengeance on Zimri and Cosby. Cosby? If we get that right. The action gained him the reward of hereditary high priesthood. Basically, the rundown of that. A lot of people. Here's something else I ask, and maybe if there's an Israelite watching that wants to come in, or if Reuben can help me out here. But one of the things I'm asked a lot by people is, well, who wrote the last sentence of the Bible? Because it said Moses died. Moses couldn't have written it, and I just off the top of my head said, well, it was Joshua. It had to have been Joshua. There was nobody given any, I would think that he would be the one who would write that last sentence of Torah, of the Torah. Shalom Yitzchak. Welcome to the Nut Hutch. Peace, shalom. How y'all doing? How you doing? Good to have you here. As you probably well know, we're talking about this week's Parsha, and we learn about Joshua was given some of Moses's prophetic abilities, I guess. And if you know better, when I was asked who wrote the last bit of Torah, the part after Moses died, I said it was Joshua. It had to be, because I didn't know of anybody else who would have the authority to do so. Since that was it was a question. Didn't know if anybody else knew, or if anybody else heard anything, or if I was wrong to say to this guy Joshua.
Okay, so there's two views recorded in the Talmud. One is, can you hear me? Sorry, I'm outside, so
yes, sir.
I'm having a bonfire. I don't know if it's. Anyways,
clear.
So, oh wait, I'll be right back. Sorry, 1 second.
Tease.
Don't let me forget this topic. Bye.
Well, we won't. Yes, women could own land in Torah. Amazing. Yeah, you always get the sexist bit would say that, the Bible is sexist. Not really. Women are prophets. Women can own land and whatnot. I mean, the men already own it, but they can own it if need be. They can. What is Path KK? Reuben? No? Okay.
Was there certain conditions that they can own land?
Yes. Let me get to it. Actually, we can go. Landed property was not to be alienated from the family or tribe of which it belonged. However, in the absence of a male heir to an estate, it is legal possession by a female heir. Might on the later's marriage cause such alienation, hence necessity to define regulation of this question. Hang on a second here. Then drew near the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hefer, the son of Gilead, and son of Machir, son of Manasseh, and the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and these are the names of his daughters. And they stood before Moses and before Eleazar, the priest, and before the princes of all the congregation at the door of the tent of meeting, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, and he was not among the company of them that gathered themselves together against the Lord in the company of Korah, like we heard a couple parshas ago. But he died in his own sin, and he had no sons. You know, why should, and they ask, why should the name of our father be done away from among his family, because he had no son? Give us a possession among the brethren of our father. And Moses brought their cause before the Lord, because there was no legislation at this time, I assume. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. Thou shalt surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren, and thou shalt cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. If a man die and he have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. If he have no daughter, then he shall give inheritance unto his brethren. And if he has no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren. If his father have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. That shall be unto the children of Israel a statute of judgment, as the Lord commanded Moses. There's your stipulations for when women can own land. It's when there's no men left to do it. In some cases. Okay, I can read it real clear. Let's see. The order of inheritance, as developed by later Jewish law, it is as follows: sons and their descendants, daughters and their descendants, the father, brothers and their descendants, sister and their descendants, the father's father, the father's brothers and their descendants, the father's sisters and their descendants, the great-grandfather and his collateral descendants, and so on. To this list, the rabbis added another legal heir, the husband. Each of the sons of the descendant receives an equal share of the estate of his father or of his mother, except the firstborn of the father, who receives a double share. In the case of the death of a son during his father's life, his children inherit his portion of the estate. The rabbis, while denying the daughters a share in the inheritance where there are sons, still make ample provision for their maintenance and support as long as they remain unmarried. The cost and provision of such maintenance constitute the first charge upon the estate of the deceased. In case the estate was small, the principle was laid down: the daughters must be supported, even if the sons are reduced to beggary. Be back in here. Hello, John.
Hey, God.
Beer coming, bienvenue, welcome, come on in. Discussing this week's Parsha, and I was asking the folks near the Israelite about Path of Abraham, Shalom. I was asking who wrote the last, because it's often brought up, well, if Moses wrote the Torah, who wrote the last few sentences?
Yeah.
I said it was Joshua, and Reuben had written something I was going to read off real quick.
Sure.
The Master has said Joshua wrote the book which bears his name and the last 8 verses of the Pentateuch. This statement is in agreement with the authority who says that 8 verses in the Torah were written by Joshua as it has been taught. It is written. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there. 9. Now it is possible that Moses, being dead, could have written the words Moses died there. The truth is, however, that up to this point Moses wrote. Moses wrote with tears, as it says of another occasion. Then Baruch answered them. He pronounced all these words to me with his mouth, and I wrote them with the ink in the book. Which of these two authorities is followed in the rule laid down by our Joshua B. Abba, which he said in the name of our Gedal, who said it in the name of Rab? The last 8 verses of the Torah must be read in the synagogue service by one person alone. 12. It follows our Judah and not our Simeon. I might even say, however, that it follows our Simeon, who would say different, that since they differ from the rest of the Torah in one way, they differ in another.
Right. So those are the two different views. Basically, one view is saying that, which I would say majority holds by, is that Joshua wrote the last 8 verses, and the other view is pretty much stating that, well, Moshe is a prophet, and he got the Torah from God, so what difference does time make? Like, Moshe could have easily, like, it's kind of a mute argument if you believe that he's a prophet and he got revelation from God, that how could he write this if he was already dead? Because he could say, well, he got it beforehand, and then he just wrote out what the events were going to be. But I would say the popular opinion would be that we hold by that the last 8 verses were penned by Joshua, and thus sealing the Torah. The Ibn Ezra, who's a commentator from like 800 years ago, he says that it wasn't just the last 8 verses, but it's from the verse. Let me find the quote. 1 second. It's in the 34th chapter of Deuteronomy, and Ibn Ezra says, "And Moshe went up." That's like the line he's commenting on. It says, "And Moshe went up." According to my view, this verse was written by Joshua because after Moshe went up, he did not write, and this was written prophetically. So basically what he's saying is not just the last 8 verses, but it's literally from the moment Moshe goes up to the mountain and everything after that, that's what Joshua written. But it's most likely it was just the last 8 verses that Joshua penned. But then again, it could have been, there's also the opinion that you got to understand like the diversity of opinions. There's an opinion that the entire Torah, I don't believe in this, but there's an opinion that the entire Torah came at Mount Sinai. And what Moshe, when it was revealed over 40 days, it wasn't revealed with any spaces. So Moshe just wrote down a string of letters, right? Constant letters, no spaces, no nothing to distinguish words. And over the 40-year period in the desert, it was revealed to Moshe where to separate the letters to make full words. So that's one opinion. So one opinion says the entire Torah from Genesis to Deuteronomy was given at Mount Sinai, and the other opinion was it starts at Mount Sinai and it's a 40-year revelation up until the point where Moshe goes up in the mountain, and then the last few verses were written by Joshua. I think that's the most common opinion, but I could be wrong, but that's what you hear most often. The Torah, the revelation starts at Mount Sinai, and over a 40-year period the Torah is being written by Moshe, and concludes with Joshua's last 8 verses that he received prophetically, though.
Yeah, because even in I guess, yeah, I hadn't heard I'd heard that there were no vowels or any spaces in Torah. I have heard that. I was always of the opinion that it was one revelation that was realized over the wanderings throughout the wilderness. Yeah,
that's like the normative view. Especially since if you read the Book of Deuteronomy, states like it states that this is like Moshe's letter. It comes through by means of prophecy, but it's just a restatement of the law. It's not necessarily like it's kind of doesn't make any contextual sense if you believe that it was given beforehand, because it's like, why would they need a recitation of the law for a generation that didn't live yet? Because Deuteronomy is just, that's what it means. Devarim is just, it just means the rest, second, like the second, like, statement of the law. It's also called the Mishnah Torah, but
Right.
for that reason. But it's like Moshe's letter, the last book.
I was always under the personal impression that everybody got the one message at Sinai, but it took time to it took the events, and it took time to. It's like I could very easily believe the entire thing was given at Sinai at that one event, and then it was just real. It took time. Yeah. That's what the text seems to say itself. Yeah. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No problem. Ruben says,
Now, Ruben, I'll read what Ruben says here. 70 translations of the Torah were buried with Moses. Were not these Torahs complete? Yeah, I've always understood that Moshe Rabbeinu got the whole thing and also collected together the book of Eov, Job. However, the other opinion is reasonable. Yeah, when 70 translations, they were buried with Moses. Is that not the same where they left 70 Torahs for the nations with plaster on rocks? Something of the was that, and it was written.
Those are like you know how how Jews have mezuzahs on their doors.
Mm-hmm.
So those were like mezuzahs for the land of Israel. So around the border, they set up these massive pillars and plastered, engraved with the Torah. So it's like before you enter, you know what this nation's about.
Ah.
If you think about it, and if they have to leave, they have to remember the Torah too. If like during exile or something they looked at. It didn't really last very long, but that's the idea. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to put up these massive pillars with the Torah inscribed on it, right at the borders of the land.
And it's one for every nation, wasn't it? For all 70.
I think so, something like that. I think, yeah, Rashi says that, I'm pretty sure. So, like, it'd be kind of like, it'd kind of be like, I would assume, according to Rashi's opinion, because he said it was in 70 languages. I don't know if he said it's like on each pillar with 70 languages, or like the borders with the nations, you would have those particular languages. So, like, right now, right now it's not a good idea. But let's say, like, right now, if you look at the state of Israel, you could say, like, on the southern side, you'd have an inscription just for Egypt and just for Jordan. Northern side, you have inscriptions particularly just for Lebanon and Syria and stuff. Obviously, they all speak Arabic, but let's say they all spoke different languages. I think that's one opinion. So, like, those relative languages would be next to where those nations would be coming in from. Path, do you believe Joshua ben Nun wrote Joshua? I know that is traditional view, but it seems unlikely to me, as the similar is very similar to the Book of Kings, and thus non-Jewish scholars. Yeah, I think I would say Joshua probably wrote a majority of the Book of Joshua, if not the entirety of it. I don't think it. Yeah, I would default and say Joshua wrote the Book of Joshua, and maybe it was edited later, but a large portion of it at least, if not the whole thing. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it was probably redacted, but the majority of it was probably Joshua's account. But the book, like, it's not as clear cut, like, say, as like obviously the Book of Kings and Chronicles. Like, in the text, it says that those were redacted from other texts. It says, like, if you want to learn more about this event, go read this book that we don't have anymore. It was like, go read about the book of the kings of Judah, or go look at the books of kings of Israel, or go look at the war scrolls, or there's another book it talks about too in there. But so that's more clear cut. But the books of the Joshua and Samuel, I also think was mostly written by Samuel, but the rest was done by his students probably, because it's not like it's more so in the tradition of, I would say, than the actual penmanship, if you could say. Just like how Joshua was the student of Moshe, and he finished the Torah. But majority of it, I think Joshua wrote, I'd say, as a historical account. But I don't know. But it also doesn't really matter. That's kind of like a key thing. It's like I get in these conversations with Muslims and Christians and they try to like talk about Torah. I'm like, yeah, but it's not a religion, so like your arguments don't apply here. You know what I mean? They want to be like, well, how can it be? They'll have like ideas like, well, how can it say this, and why wouldn't it address this? And I'm like, well, it's not a religious text. It's a national covenant to govern a land. It just so happens that the covenant was between a nation and God, but it's still like a legal. Well, what do you have it? You have it in the States. What do you call it? The Constitution.
Yeah.
That's what the Torah basically is. It's not some spiritual guidebook, but it's laid out as a constitutional document. That's why it starts with the beginning of time, and then it gets kind of more and more narrow in its view towards the end of the entire Torah, because it's giving you a historical context that's leading up to the revelation at Sinai, in which that contract was agreed upon by both parties, the nation that became the nation of Israel, the Jewish people, and with God, to govern themselves in the land and outside of the land. So
isn't part of the covenant also to be a nation of priests?
Right. That's
the masses.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the point. The point of the point of the text and the point of the Torah is to establish a certain society that regulates itself on higher morals, and then you have what it says in like the prophets, where it says, and then Torah will go out from Jerusalem, and it will be a light of the nations, and the nations will see, because you're going to establish a just society that will be a beacon of ethical monotheism and morality in the world. That's the whole point of the Torah. It's less to do about, because like religions are like personal things. Like you can be a Christian and living on top of a mountain, or a Muslim in the desert, or something like that. But in a Torah view, it's not really ideal. You're supposed to be in a communal setting, because you're supposed to establish not only a just community, but a just national society. So.
Very well put.
And we also believe that's why all the punishments in the Torah, that since we don't believe in like a concept of eternal damnation or anything, all the punishments are earthly bound, and they're on a nationalistic scale. Because we're governed as a nation. Like all the punishments in Torah are never individuals, they're all nation based, because that's how you're supposed to operate. We spoke at one voice at Har Sinai, we're supposed to act in one way. Because it's like we're supposed to be that priestly nation. So just like how you're going to have like one priest and he has his congregation, so too on a national scale you have the nation of priests, and then you have their congregations, which are the other nations. So it's not really a religion in the Western sense, where you have individual connection with God.
Yeah, that freaks people out that it's not a religion. Or I say the code isn't, or I'd say, what's your religion? I say, well, technically we're kind of prohibited from religion.
Exactly. It kind of defeats the purpose. When
Mashiach is here, we'll have Torah-based courts, but Noachides will govern themselves by that law.
You'll have your own culture, your own identity. You don't have to like amalgamate into one kind of nation, like one kind of super nation. Kind of like how I guess more like how Muslims view it. Like Islam will dominate the world, and they'll just be like, that will be it. Like everybody will be on that page. But it's not. We believe like monotheism and Torah will spread throughout the world, but it doesn't mean it'll like blend away cultures and unique philosophies and all that stuff.
Isn't it clear that all 70 nations will be restored as well?
Oh, I don't know about that. If anything, I would say that's more figuratively. More to do like the concept of everybody. I don't know.
Welcome back. Shalom, willkommen, bienvenue.
Hi, how's it going? Just thought I'd stop in and see what's going on.
We're talking Torah.
Oh, exciting.
Bestseller.
I was watching a video on YouTube about advanced quantum mechanics and trying to understand it and failing miserably. So I'm here and said, no, I've watched there was a whole series on the Stanford website on regular quantum mechanics, and that's already pretty abstract and hard to understand. And then this other one, I made it about half an hour in before it gets deep in the math, and it's just like, oh my god, can't understand any of it. But oh well, it's worth a try.
I'm still swimming around the basic stuff myself. But the more I learn about it, really blows my mind.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Anyway, don't let me break up the flow of your conversation. So.
We're studying this week's Parsha, the subject of the day, I guess. What brings us all together is the Parsha Pinchas. It's section of the, like Jews read the Torah, and a schedule. Every week there's a new section you read, and it applies to the, it's like a scheduled reading from Yom Kippur to Rosh Hashanah, or the day after Yom Kippur to Rosh Hashanah. Mm-hmm. And this one we've covered. We're talking about the last few, because Joshua in this section is given part of Moses' glow, given part of his. Basically, he's given some the right to prophecy. Who writes the last few lines in the Bible? Because Moses dies, it would be Joshua. Would be one of the. And what Torah is, we've discussed. And this is neat because when I discussed it, and there was one fellow who I was talking to, I guess a few weeks ago. He says, "Well, so you keep talking about it like it's law and stuff, and like it's a court." I'm like, "Well, yeah, Judaica, judicial. It's kind of where all that comes from. That's what the word means. That's exactly how you look at it. In fact, if you were to put some of the arguments against Torah, it would have to be done in a judicial type setting, even in your mind, evidence versus conjecture, that sort of thing, and stripping away that, and that it's not a religious document, which I like. I think you can get a lot of spiritual insight with it. There's a lot more to it, I've discovered over the years, but you have to look at it as a legal document first. Like Path of Abraham mentioned, like in the States here we have a constitution. Well, this is basically the constitution for the children of Israel, which lends itself to healing the world on a spiritual level, but it's still an earthly, death and taxes kind of a thing. It's pretty matter of fact and pretty.
But that's the whole point of. There's a book written by Rabbi Soloveitchik called Halachic Man. It's an interesting read, and there's like many books on this. But if you look at the classical interpretation, that's like there's no separation between like earthliness and spiritual matters. Like we don't live in this world to kind of break away and transcend to a higher level. Like paradise is here on earth, punishment is here on earth. There's no separation of spirituality and earthly matters. We were created as spiritually physical beings. It's not like we're trying to wait for heaven and then live as spiritual, like kind of like the Christian view of like the pearly gates and stuff, and that's what everybody's aiming for. Our view is like God didn't make a mistake. We're here for a purpose and a reason. This is where we can actualize ourselves. This is where truth is. This is where the heights of spirituality can be reached on earth here. So there's no separation of the two.
There's a point of view. I guess it's might be a Kabbalistic thing, and I could be going off because I'm real hush-hush about Kabbalah, but I'm getting a little too old to be all hush-hush about it, and I got a lot of questions. And that existence is a reflection. And that seems, when I read about quantum physics and the way that consciousness appears to directly affect reality, it only seems to strengthen that notion that existence is a reflection. I could be wrong on that. I could be going way off, and maybe I was wrong for even bringing this up a while back, but it just doesn't. The more I learn about it, the more it seems to be true that if when you said self-actualization, you get what you give in the world. I don't know where I'm going with this. Maybe I'm. it would definitely, if this were the case, if this is the case, that existence as we know it is merely a reflection of the divine, and that we have the divinity within us to actually participate within that, not just be part of it, but to participate, it really, 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 really strengthens the case of living with a moral center. It would seem to me that if you were to find yourself connected with everything that you see, everything you touch, everything you interact with, it would seem like living with a moral center would be that much more important. It would become that much more apparent.
For sure. And sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, say for sure. And I think that's 100% the case, and I think that's why, out of the three Abrahamic faiths, we put the extremely less importance on the afterlife. It doesn't matter. And so we read in Pirkei Avot, the ethical teachings of the sages of Israel. There's a line in there that says, "Don't serve your master for the sake of reward, but be like a slave and serve him out of love." So like, there's no you're not going to live a righteous life because you're expecting a paradise or anything or the afterlife. You do it because it's your job. That's what you're supposed to do. That's where your self-actualization is here. You don't do it for any other reason because it's the moral right thing to do. Who cares what you get out of it in the end?
Morality is what heals the world now.
Right.
You know,
that's what's most important, because that's when we're in the now. So what else matters? The past is written, the future's not promised. So.
A fella asked me. I was talking to a fella online who brought up morality or righteousness, and I brought up to the fella whose video belonged. I said, "Don't forget that the law determines righteousness." And they have a hard time looking at a book or looking at this Christian Bible that's been handed to them in their youth, and they have a difficulty seeing a righteous code in it, with all the stuff, that a lot of the confusion passed on and misinterpretation and misinformation. It's like, how would you heal this world? By waiting for it to get better in the end, or expecting someone to do it for you? Welcome, Mike Phelps. Glad you could join us.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
What else is brought up in this week's Parsha? We've got the public daily and festival offerings. Said once Israel had been numbered and a leader selected for the conquest of the land. I believe that's the land of Israel they're talking about here. In this and the following chapter, we have a detailed description of the public sacrifices to be brought to the sanctuary, whether in the daily offering or on each of the festivals. The sacrifices in these chapters may be regarded as supplement to Leviticus 23. The offerings are of 4 kinds: burnt offerings, meal offerings, drink offerings, and sin offerings. This is where I think there's a lot of confusion as to the idea of human sacrifice, men dying for other sins, and what it means to actually bring an offering. I never liked the word sacrifice, to be honest with you. I prefer offering. You're not sacrificing anything. It's that word's used too often. Sacrifice would mean like you would have to throw yourself on a grenade to save others, and you're not really giving up anything if you're giving it to God. If you're offering something to God, or a meal offering, at the sanctuary, you're not losing anything. There's no. I mean, is there I wouldn't think it's a sacrifice if you're sharing it with God. I don't know. Call me crazy.
Isn't it a sacrifice? It's for the person who's making the sacrifice because they're losing something, be it an animal. It's part of their livelihood.
Sure.
Not to mention, wouldn't it be a sacrifice in the context they're actually giving up something that's a part of their livelihood to something that is faith-based? Something that could be taking food out of the mouth of their family and or themselves and making it harder for them to survive as a collective unit. Showing dedication and commitment to self. Well, not commitment to self, but commitment to a divine power greater than yourself, because you're giving up something that is a key to your core existence itself.
Kind of, but that's only if you view it as in like, that's only if you view it if you're talking about like you kill the animal and you throw the whole thing on the altar and it just burns up to God like some pagan sacrifice. But a portion was always taken out and divvied out to be eaten as charity.
There's also meal offerings which actually go to the priest, right?
Yeah, like every single offering except for I think 2 of them, they were all, the large portion of them were eaten. They were given as charity to people.
But in a way, you're giving up something to show dedication.
100% correct. Yes.
Being. You're giving up something that would actually, in other regards, be worth feeding your family for a day. Because we got to remember that some of these offerings were during times of famine. I mean, if you look at the time of David, apparently, if you go off a biblical sense, you had people still actually doing offerings at those times, and they were basically going through a famine that was going on for years.
For sure, but the idea is like you're not obligated to put yourself. Okay, this is the thing. You're not the concept of sacrifice has become null and void if it's going to impoverish you or put your family in starvation.
But it's possible.
It's within your means.
It's possible to get into the mindset though that you have to because it's of a divine.
No. Because on the Torah it says God says, "I give you these laws so you may live by them." So you can't put yourself in a precarious situation. It'll just it would be defensive to God in that sense. Like, oh, you're going to let your family starve and give me an offering? That's why he also says later in the prophets, like, I do not desire the blood of bulls. I want you to do good and righteousness. So it's not some like that's why it gets a little bit complicated. But I understand what you're saying. You're 100% right. That's like the symbolism behind it. It's about dedication to something above yourself. Does anybody want to see my bonfire?
I'd love to see your bonfire.
I would also like to hear Reuven talk, but that's probably not going to happen.
You watch Battlestar Galactica and listen to a Cylon, probably it sounds just like him. Hey,
actually thinking it's I'm thinking it's more Pee Wee Herman's voice. When he's in the playhouse. That's what I'm thinking that Reuven really sounds like.
That is a beautiful fire, Path. Thanks.
I wish I could take credit, but I just kind of compiled it.
I give Reuven. That's actually, that bonfire is so beautiful, I give Reuven the credit for that. Reuven, good job on the bonfire, bud.
He's like an oracle speaking out of the flames.
The sad thing is, the crackling that the fire actually makes, though, is more sound than he'll ever make in a hangout. And the party just went to hell because the boom just entered. Hello, boom.
Le boom. Beer common, welcome. Bienvenue. What is welcome in Hebrew?
Come back!
Shine on, Path.
Come back, Path. You left us.
I'm back.
You left us. and you don't look like what we expected you to look like too. The beard sort of is like grizzly and scares us.
Sorry about that.
It makes you look like with a bonfire. I'm afraid you're going to like try to make an offering to God.
I'll start dancing naked or something.
Oh wow, no.
Well, if you're going to do that, you're going to need idol there too.
I dance around like an Indian. Jim Morrison.
I'm sure that's not the only thing you can do as an idiot. I really don't know how to respond to that, so I'm just going to, okay, an awkward silence 30 seconds after the fact. Really? Wow, awkward silence on command. Very nice.
I'm just reading a little bit.
Okay, well later guys, I gotta go do a review of Witches of East End. Great show, gotta love it. It's on Lifetime. It's on Netflix season 1. So new season just started last week. It's on Sundays, 9 o'clock Lifetime. Enjoy. Catch you later.
Adios, amigo.
Later, Reuven. You got any farewell words for me? Can you say goodbye?
I can say adios. Have fun. There we go.
Have fun. That's beautiful, Reuven. You have fun too. Do not let the religious-minded cloud your judgment today. Never go full G-Man either. Never go full G-Man. They never go full G-Man? Well, G-Man always goes full G-Man, so... Actually, before I leave, is it kind of weird that my zombie dreams have turned into the population of zombies that are taking over the world are all like G-Man? It's a zombie apocalypse, but instead of zombies from like the Living Dead, it's an army of G-Men.
I don't really watch much of G-Man, so I don't know. He's been fairly cool with me. I think I scared him at first, but you know he's never said anything bad to me. Much more zombified people in the world that need a lot more.
Wait, did you dance like a white boy? Because that could have been it.
Huh?
Did you dance or try to rap like a white boy? That might have been it.
I rap like Run DMC used to back in the day, maybe some Fat
Because
Boys.
that dancing you did, it looked like an epileptic seizure.
Well, you dance like the eagle around the fire. You know, I guess you don't know. Okay, is he gone? Okay, I look like I had an epileptic seizure. All right. Okay, I guess I'm a prophet now, huh? Maybe not. I don't know.
Hey, sorry guys. I'm actually still at work. It was funny because I was actually doing a therapy session, and then I had to cut it off and cut it back on. But I think I'm about to go home now. But it's always a pleasure to come in.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
It's no problem. You too, man. Peace.
Later, Frank. I have a feeling we'll see you later.
Yeah, you might see me later when I get home. See what happens.
All right.
All right, peace.
Yeah, a good chunk of this parsha is a lot of the technicalities of offerings and meal offerings. I hear recently there's some Torah observant Noachide folk in the land of Israel that offered up an offering, which is we don't do much anymore.
Yeah, I have a Noahide friend, a couple of them who are wanting to study how to do that, so they live in the States too, so they can give their own offerings. They're learning like the laws of it right now.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Speak, sir.
What is the difference in the Sabbath day and the Sabbath days?
Well, there are, I think, any of the, I could be wrong. I want to say that, well, there is the Sabbath, the seventh day of the week. And then there was, then there are holy days, Passover, Yom Kippur, which would be Sabbaths.
And then there's a year that's also called a Sabbath. The seventh year is called the Sabbath year.
Right, that's right. Yeah, because that mentions that here in it talks about that. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, beside the continual burnt offering and the drink offering thereof. It was offered after the daily sacrifice. Same rule applies to all sacrifices on special occasions. Yeah, folks don't know that if you can't afford to give a goat, I mean, you can give flour, you can give
oil. Yeah, like those cakes things, yeah.
Wood. The rabbi I was studying with, he's like, if you have nothing, you can go and find the most beautiful limb on a tree. And bring that if you can't, you know, because the fires, they need wood for the fire.
There you go.
It's always about blood. Blood. It's not about blood.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, I guess my knowledge is like a little bit too limited. But like, whenever I talk to people, especially like, I live in a bigger city, so like downtown, you always have like people like on the street corners trying to promote their faith with propaganda and stuff. And again, I always love getting discussions with these people, and they're always like obsessed with this concept. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, because it's not in my Torah. They're like, the whole book of Leviticus is about blood sacrifices. I'm like, have you read the book of Leviticus?
No, that's why I was asking my question. There was actually a street preacher who was preaching that that all the 10 Commandments weren't valid anymore. That the Sabbath one was no longer valid because of Colossians 2. Oh, I can't remember. I think it's 16.
How can they say it's not valid when God declared it before man was even required to recognize it?
There's a verse in, there's, like I say, Colossians 2, and I can't remember the exact verse, it may be 13, where it was saying that no man should be judged by meat offerings and everything, and also the Sabbath. Well, it says Sabbath days, and that's where they said the confusion is. It's not talking about the Sabbath.
I don't know. It kind of is a weird statement, because in the same Bible, God clearly states, like, I don't know, count at least 20 times at least throughout the entire Tanakh. More than that for sure, but the ones I counted, where it says like the Torah is eternal. It's for all generations, constantly, over and over again. And then you can be like, okay, maybe he changed his mind. But then you look in Numbers in the 23rd chapter, I think in the 6th verse, he says, I'm not a man that I should lie, or son of man that should change my mind. So he specifically addresses this. So he's like, if it's eternal, it's eternal. And there's no way around it.
Oh, there's another one that the Christians get off on, is that one. I am not a man. I am not the son of man.
Yeah.
And they say, well, you're just not reading it. You have to read it in context. I'm like, it seems pretty, bold and, black and white. I don't understand the confusion. If God says, I am not a man, then I think, for whatever reasons he's giving you, he's not a man.
What can you do?
I think before you got here, Pat, we were talking about how the Torah allows, for, under certain circumstances, for women to own land, which is shocking. Everybody thinks that the Bible hates women, the way they talk about it.
Especially if you also view it in like the time and cultural context, it's even more shocking. Like now it's shocking maybe retrospectively, but in its day it's kind of like, oh, non-royal women have authority and power in financial matters or have say in their marriages.
Where women are prophets?
Yeah, right, and national leaders. And they're not coming from some weird, distinct royal bloodline. That's not their justification. They just are because they're righteous, holy people. We take that for granted now, but for a long time, it was never really the case. Even in a lot of places now, it's not the case. So.
Now I had to skip last week. I had to skip doing this last week because there were family obligations and 4th of July work and whatnot. I just couldn't pull it off. We missed some really good stuff last week. We missed I think it was in this. Was it in this Parsha, in last week's Parsha, when we first hear of the word adversary brought up in the Bible? The first time we hear of Hasatan, or I don't even know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Satan.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Satan, Satan, Satan. It's like he shows up in, it didn't show up in Genesis, he shows up here, in Numbers, where an adversary confronts him. What else did we miss last week? That's one of my favorite, and I can thank the Hologoy, Bob Wells, if he's watching or if he ever watches this. He brought this up to me, and it was the serpent on the serpent on the pole. When the Israelites were getting there's a plague of snakes that were biting them, and people were getting sick and dying and whatnot. And they all turn to Moses, and Moses turns to God and says, I need a little help. He says, make for yourself a staff with a snake or a serpent on it, and hold it up, and when the Israelite look toward me and not toward their problems, they will not die from the bites. And I've seen that used as one of the prophecies for Jesus, they say, because he said the Son of Man must be risen up like the staff of Moses. And they skip over that part in 2 Kings where it had to be destroyed. Because it was being worshipped, it was being served. You're not going to. I got to tell people, you're not going to make Jesus mad if you just accept that your own personal link to God, your Creator. It's okay. He's not going to get mad at you. God's not going to think less of you. I promise. If you don't think so, ask God Himself. Just pray to God, and God only, and see how He speaks to you afterwards. If you really don't believe that you have a direct link to your Creator, and that if you really believe that you need to go to an outside source, particularly a dead one. I mean, it's been 2,000 years, y'all. Ask God directly. I mean, try it, okay? And if I'm wrong and if I'm leading you astray, I'm sure that God would punish me for sending you on this route. But try it. I would say try talking to your Father directly, to your Creator directly, and about that. Should I pray to you directly, or should I pray to Jesus? And if you're sincere, I really think you'll get an answer that might surprise you. I don't want me to be a preacher. I don't mean get on the soapbox, but I honestly try it. I'm not Jewish, and it works for me. Just try it out. Jesus said, "Pray to our Father." Remember that part in the Bible? He says, "Pray to our Father, one God, same God He prayed to." Try it out. Try not to pray through Jesus. Pray directly to God and see what happens. I bet you, if you're sincere, you will be. You might just be very well surprised at the outcome. Put your hand up to the screen. Put your hand to the screen. I'm kidding. John, you brought up a guy today. I want to see if I can find him here on my account. I have a new catchphrase I want to use.
Oh, you're talking about John Crowder.
Yeah, Yoism? What did he say? Yozim? What was he saying?
Yoing, 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 yoing.
Yoing. Yes, it's going to be my new catchphrase. Yoing, yoing, yoing. I found a fella. Is that a word in Hebrew to any Israelites out there? Is the word yoing a word in Hebrew? Has anybody ever heard of that before?
No. You can't even make that like NG sound.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's like, yeah, you can't articulate that sound. Or maybe you could, but no, you can't. You can't. No, that wouldn't work.
Well, yeah, there's a fella on it. Yoing, yoing, yoing. That was his, and he'd speak it while he's teaching to you. And it reminded me of Robert Tilton, who would, after every sentence, masoya, and he'd see, and people send him money. Yo, save that stuff. We're in a reserve system. Save your money. We have the Balaam's first prophecy, his second prophecy. Missed out on a few things. So, a question on Yisro again, if I may. Reuven was saying that that Yisro had converted after talking to Moses, and that he became a priest to Noachides. What happened with Midian? Because didn't he return to Midian as high priest after talking to Moses? And if so, why did the Midianites become such a pain in the rear? Did he fail to keep them together? Did they rebel? Is there anything ever written?
Sorry, I'm missing something. What did you say?
About Yisro, about Jethro.
Yeah.
He had
awesome guy.
He had walked all the world's religions and remained a high priest, and he went to Moses and went back to Midian as high priest. And then here in the Parsha, there's a war with the Midianites, and I didn't know if there's anything that had explained what happened there. Did Jethro had to just take like Abraham and take his people that were with him and leave Midian, or what happened? Is there any history? Is there any stories of what happened to him, or?
So, from my knowledge, you also got to think about in the context of, from what I was taught, that he was righteous even before Moshe interacted with him. So here's a context as to why. He was a priest of Midian. It doesn't specify what his actual role was. We know that he was an idolater before and later on, but we could deduce from two facts. That he saw something in Moses. Like if you just look at, like especially in Parsha Yithro when he comes back, he's very clear in his monotheism and his belief in God and his reliance on the people. He put his daughter in literal harm's way because he believed in this mission. But the basis I would say that he was righteous beforehand is like he was a priest in Midian, which if you look at those periods of time, especially in the Levant and Mesopotamia and in Egypt, priests were like the ruling class. But look how his daughters were treated by the populace. So if he was like the leader of the cult of Midian, of their false gods, why would the populace not fear him and abuse his daughters? So he was clearly ostracized from the Midian populace at that point, for some reason. And he says he gets, and Moshe said he's like, I gotta a message from God, and it's what I got to do. And his wife's completely on board. She's like, yeah, and she's even more righteous than him because she circumcises his children, saving Moshe from death, and his stepfather has no problem with it. I don't know. I think it's pretty clear. But what happens at this period of history, I think he was separated. So I wouldn't say like it wasn't like he didn't have any sway in the Midianites in political sphere. So it was probably off in his own little enclave somewhere.
That would be the Druze?
That's what the Druze say, yeah. That's what they believe. Midian's also a very large place. It's like what we would call now kind of like the Sinai Peninsula, more so like in Saudi Arabia, and also the Sudan. It like crosses the two continents. So Moshe probably went down to the Sudan. That was where that part of Midian. And where the Israelites now are on the other side, probably around closer to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, Jordan area. But I would have to look at a map. Reuven might know better.
Skynet.
Yeah. Because Sippor is, yeah, it doesn't matter. Never mind.
Gary had written on here, therefore do not let anyone judge you by what you eat or drink, or with regard to a religious festival, a new moon celebration, or a Sabbath day. No, let no man can judge you. I don't see how anybody in the nations definitely could pick on you for not keeping Torah. Hopefully we'll get J-Dubs in here pretty soon. He's got his own edition, Fumish, which is probably better commentaries than I have. With my old Hertz. Now, Pinchas was what you would call a zealot, wouldn't you? He I was trying to go there earlier, but I obviously don't have much to say on the subject. But righteous indignation, and here in the commentary, filled with unsparing hatred of evil and burning indignation against a deed that was a monstrous profanation of God's holy name. Pinchas executed summary vengeance on Zimri and Cosby. That action gained Pinchas the reward and heredity of high priesthood, and he saved the nation of Israel, being that way too. Second census. And I think this is where they start. Yeah, this is where they start. There's a census for Israel, and then the priests had a separate census as well. If I'm not mistaken. Mentions the sons of Korah, which we did a couple weeks ago, that they did not die from the earthquake and the consuming flame and the raging plague that put an end to the schemes of those who took counsel together against the chosen of the Lord, the sons of Korah survived to become the founders of a whole family or guild of psalmists, whose meditations are still with us. A guild of they were songwriters? I've never heard that before, and I guess when I've read this before, I never. A guild of psalmists, Psalmists. I don't know what that is. I never paid attention to that before. Hello, Brandon. How you doing?
Good.
Rob.
Yeah, mate. What?
How you doing?
Good, mate.
Glad to have you here doing the Noachide Nexus as usual.
Yeah.
Honestly,
What you lost on?
well, not lost. I guess we're at a quiet moment. Something David collected some of their psalms into his book. Okay, I didn't read that. We're talking about Korah, who was a bad man, and who was coming to him a couple of parshas ago. It says his sons did not die, and Reuben has said here's something David collected some of their psalms into his book of psalms. Is the new moon celebrated just basically to mark the beginning of a month? A month in Hebrew, is that why? Oh, Grant's gone. This is a real exciting part of the show, folks. Okay. Offerings for the Feast of Weeks, offerings for the Feast of Tabernacles. We've got New Year and Day of Atonement offering. Basically reiterating what was already spoken of earlier. We could go into the Haftorah. So in regards to the Haftorah of the Torah portion is Kings, or 1 Kings 18:46 through chapter 18:21, and just a little paragraph here. It said the zeal of Pinchas and the zeal of Elijah form the connecting link between the Sedra and Haftorah. Under the evil influence of Jezebel, wife of Ahab, the people had been led astray to the worship of Baal. Ahab was a generous ruler, but weak-willed and dominated by his Phoenician wife, who had pursued the prophets of God with murderous cruelty. It was high treason to proclaim the God of Israel. Against his dark setting, the figure of Elijah stands out in all its greatness. He meets and confronts the king and queen and fearlessly pronounces the doom that will follow of their apostasy apostasy and outrage of justice. On Mount Carmel, though he is alone and defenseless, his titanic personality overawes the multitude. He brings the people back to God in an overwhelming act of surrender. Their confession, Adonai Hu Ha Elohim, the Lord, He is God, has become, alongside the declaration of the unity, Israel's watchword. The events of the Haftorah follow immediately after the historic scene on Mount Carmel. Elijah's triumph was brief. Jezebel lost no time in informing him that she was neither converted nor dismayed, and that she would take her revenge on Elijah. Well, she sounds like a pleasant individual, doesn't she?
Yeah, well, Kings, no. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, Rob, I have a few questions to ask you, but what's your issue with Kings?
Yeah, well, Kings, I think, was written by the Persians. And the reason I say that is it's only because I've only had a really quick look at it. The Battle of Karkar missing is, I think, important, given that it was 12 tribes historically that went up against the Assyrians.
But the Book of Kings is it's a compilation. It was deducted from several other books. So, and it does things in very brief stuff, and then it refers you to other books to read. So it's like a brief overview of history, and it's like, if you want to learn more, read this book.
Yeah, well, that's right. But that's one of the common patterns you actually see if you follow the wider story. You notice that whenever there's a change in power, or there's some power shift, or a need to rewrite the text a little, and you know my position on the book of Isaiah, I assume. You know, I firmly believe that that's a work of the Persians. Well, see, what they do is they do the religious propaganda or the agenda, so they intertwine the wisdom story with the new agenda. But they also do a rewrite of history. We see that happen with Enoch in the Daniel period, and we also see the same with Josephus in the Roman period. You get this effort to do some work on the history, and invariably there'll be issues with it when you look at real history, and then you'll get the religious agenda, which typically has the form of a bit of scare 'em stuff, you know, scare the locals, and then once they're properly put in a guilt state, then it's followed by, you know, the new set of orders and the definition of the relationship between the new ruler and the religious and the religion. And historically, you see that particular ruler typically benefits from the story. He's not disadvantaged by the story. So that's my overview. You know, they repeat, the patterns repeat, and they play out in history.
I have a question, not to go off track. Well, I'm going to leave that. Maybe we can have everyone can have a dedicated hangout just for the Book of Isaiah discussion. I don't want to get into it right now.
Pretty good. I'm pretty okay with that one. So.
Okay, so you have a unique, I guess, school of thought when it comes to Gnostics. As far as, like, I've only interacted with people who attach themselves to the two main schools of thoughts, the Valentinians and the Sethian Gnostics. So I've talked to those people, so I know their position. So I want to understand your position on the sense of universal morality. Do you think it exists? Like, as far as like a set of laws, not necessarily like what's good and what's bad, but more so like how all society should govern themselves as like set rules.
Well, it turns out that it's hard-coded in the human being. It's part of who we are. It's our fabric. It's what the the religious and spiritual texts all found themselves on, and Gnosticism as well, and that's this innate survival or dual survival instincts that we have, which can be witnessed in the natural world. So there's a survival instinct that is very much about the self and just advantage for the self. And there's some current academic studies one by a guy called Paul Piff that really illustrates the ego force, if you like, and how innate and evident it is. And we see that in the animal kingdom. That's in the herd models where they have an alpha male, and the behaviours that you witness in those sort of herds, where it's all built around an alpha male, can be evidenced in human society. And then the other one is the God or the good characteristics, but there's more to that story than just the herd phenomenon where you love your neighbour and you've got to keep a close eye on your neighbour, and it's all about survival of the herd more so than the individual. So those instincts seem to be part of the human condition, and we can see if we look across a number of religions, they all speak highly of the love thy neighbour concept. And fundamentally that concept is valid, and there's your morality. If you embrace the love thy neighbour concept, and there was a 1st century AD rabbi that actually made that observation. He said basically, do unto others as you would have done to yourself. That's the law, and then all the rest is commentary. And he's pretty much spot on. He's right, So if we lived our life that way, it turns out that when we are authentic in that pursuit of loving thy neighbour, and it's got to be by free will, the wisdom, the courage, the temperance, the justice, the sense of justice becomes evident in us, comes to the person, and also we lose the fear of death. And that fits in with Plato. So that's it basically, it's those two primitive survival instincts, I think, seem to make the most sense.
What if you don't love yourself, though?
Hey?
What if you don't love yourself? What if you think you love yourself?
Well, no, it turns out that life becomes a bit of a joy when you put your attention on the other, and you don't need to worry about yourself. Your life, if that makes any sense. You take care of business. It's just the way we are. We're quite capable of taking care of business without really worrying too much about ourselves. Chores come up and you do them, but it's just about where your focus lies. Because the masking factor is the ego, right? So when you put your attention on yourself and your mind starts thinking about yourself and how the circumstances relate to you and will you gain advantage and all that, it's like a masking effect over the good. It's like a block, a barrier. And that's why they talk about awareness, and self-awareness particularly. And that's what it is. It's, you piss off the ego, you keep a still mind, and you become self-aware. But it's important that you honor the others.
Here's an
sorry.
For sure, but here's an example. Sorry, here's an example why I bring up this question, because if it is innate and universal, you'd see that there's like basic premises through all cultures that dictate what's right and what's wrong, but we don't always find that. Like the best example I could think of is when my mother, she did her high schooling like as an exchange student in Finland, and she lived with a gypsy family, and they had a 2-day celebration when the youngest child stole his first wallet and watch. So I would say that it's immoral to steal stuff, but in their culture and in their society that spans across Europe, it's not, and it's seen as a sense of pride. So would you say it's dictated by culture, or is it innate?
No.
Because I would say thievery is selfish.
No, the moral compass stays true in all conditions, right? So that choice, do I be selfish or do I be selfless, stays constant, but culture can vary it for a whole number of reasons. And you just have to look at empires. Empires introduce a culture which is really about the self, and they honour that culture, and that brings all manner of problems to the planet. But that's an immoral approach. So in an objective moral stance, empires put their foot wrong quite often, but because it serves their, themselves without regard for the other, that's immoral.
It looks
by
like,
the innate measure. Sorry?
just to let you know, Path has left the group. I didn't want you to keep talking to him and know that he has departed. He'll probably be back. We have two Yitzhaks in the room. Hey, two's better than one, right? I got two of you down here. I don't know which one I could boot if it would make it. He has not left? Okay, Path has not left. He's not left, according to Reuben, our Skynet.
Yeah.
My thing is, you're obviously enlightened on a lot of things, Rob. When people stray, it might be good to have a system in which they can fall back on.
The system's innate, mate.
Yeah,
it's just
but
a matter of awareness.
Our ability to pervert that innateness is there?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, that's there as well. I mean, it's the two elements. They're both there. That's why honest self-awareness is important. And then Jesus, now, the Jesus that I listen to is the Gnostic Jesus, in the Gospel of Thomas only. And he says very clearly, it's not enough to just know yourself. You've actually got to, do the deed, as it were. Your thoughts and your deeds must be in harmony.
Mm.
It's not about just knowledge, that serves no one. So, there's a call to action, if you like.
I had a real hard time understanding my issue. I mean, even when I discovered the Torah, and I still had a long way to go. I didn't really get it. It took a lot of work.
Yes.
Really did. I tried. I think if E for effort might have something to do with it. I wanted to be the wise man of my group. I wanted to be the hero that you could go to, and I spent my time in some dark places doing some dirty stuff. Not dirty, but some bad stuff, not some unsavory folks talking this stuff to in some of the darker places, talking God to people. And in the end, I was like, wow, if I would have known what I was talking about all those years ago. That's why I think
Jesus says many of the first will be last. So it's a common phenomenon that it's a journey that can take. Some people actually don't even get it, and it may be that they get it actually at the last, because he does say at the last you'll be one, sort of thing. But it certainly is a journey that takes people a long time. I can remember walking around a golf course with a bloke one day, and he was an old fella, and he made a remark, and it didn't mean a lot at the time, but it sort of stuck. I always remember it. He said, "Look at me, I know everything now, but no bugger will listen to me."
Okay. No, exactly.
And so, it is what it is, I guess. But at the end of the journey, I think it's like a. I think most of the struggle comes from the way that you live your life, because it's a bit hard to sort of face up to the fact that you might actually be the one causing some of the trouble, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and accept that. And again, Jesus covers that one off because he says on the path to enlightenment, you go through a troubling phase, and what that troubling phase turns out to be is that reconciliation and acceptance of your role in this good and evil dynamic, you know, where you've been actually selfish. But, you know, that's followed by amazement of how the human condition works and how it's held in common. And that's why he goes on to say, then you reign, because well, so long as you remain authentic and you don't abuse that insight, you reign in that you know what's likely happening.
So here's a question. So this Parsha, this is why I brought it up to begin with. This Parsha opens up with a scene where somebody acts selfishly, and so that he puts the not only the nation at risk of war, but it also usurps the authority that's holding the nation together in a time of war. And the person who saves them acts selflessly, but his selfless acts is actually killing people. So what then becomes the moral precedence? Is it being selfless in the sense for the protection of the collective, or is it being selfish and doing something that doesn't harm other people directly?
Well, you see, you got to remember these books are written by men, and you've got to also look a bit deeper to find out if there's a political agenda. So when I look at religious texts now, I'm looking to find which talks to the truth about authentic selflessness.
Right. No, that's what I'm asking. So
I understand. But I just need to preface it.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Selflessness and selflessness. So they're the measures that I hold to be true, right? So now, a person that's authentically selfless for the community is clearly with the good or the God factor. However, a person that does no wrong to another authentically, right? And authentic is a key word because our ego mind is very capable of convincing us that we do good when we don't necessarily do good. And that's evident in a study by Paul Pitt. So as long as we do not harm anyone in our actions, there is no sin as far as I can see. Or I haven't been able to think of a situation where that would be true. But I'm open to being convinced. But I can't see if you have
an example.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who would at a time machine and met Hitler in an alley? Would it be immoral to kill him?
Yeah. So I've heard that argument before, and I'm really not a fan of the hypotheticals because they step away from reality.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
No, that's okay. I understand, and I'll try and answer it.
But the reality is, the greater good. I'm trying to understand. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're using a situation that's just not even reality. It's better if
okay, fine. Let's just say you.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, you're saying that it's immoral if it causes any harm to anybody. But what if your action harming somebody? This is what my question was. Harm to more people. So your one action against one person stops harm from other people. Then it's good, even though it's harming somebody. Because that's selflessness, no?
Well, circumstances will never leave us, I guess, in a perfect world, and we may have to make a choice between the lesser of harms, I guess, depending on the circumstance. But the ideal is not to harm.
But it's still an evil act, for sure. But it's still an evil act. It can't be justified if you're causing harm to somebody.
Well, that's where I think it's better to let the wise counsel sit in and sort of judge that one. But and you've got to look at all of the circumstances. See, people, yeah, but the clear objective is to serve your fellow man, no matter who they are.
I can see where Rob comes from, maybe, and this might be very, very, very Goyish Gentile Noahide reasoning, but I mean, God gave the Noahide covenant orally. It wasn't written down before a nation; it was given to a family, and perhaps that covenant does exist within men. I mean, we do have a tendency to pervert it, but perhaps that covenant does live on in, because I do believe that humans are basically good.
Yes, exactly.
Goodness in all humans.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and Torah teaches this several times. You know, it's only when they forget. You know, it's only when they go astray.
I think this is what I was trying to connect to the Parsha, because I think everybody's saying the same thing, and I think everybody is objectively a good person and knows morality. But when you get into a collective mentality, that's when things, I think, are starting to get fuzzy.
So you have the mob dynamic, perhaps, or?
Sorry, say again.
So are you referring to the mob dynamic? Oh, okay, sorry. Are you talking about the mob dynamic?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily a mob dynamic, but more so a concept of you as an individual can objectively decide what's good or wrong, but when you're in a collective, you no longer have individual thought, and you have to have a council system. So what you believe to be objectively good or bad might start getting skewed in that sense, especially when you're thinking things outside of yourself.
No, that's where, so common law, properly practiced, is based on, over time, a series of calls made by people that improves over time. It should always get closer to the real law. And I think, I mean, if I'm in a situation now and I feel it's an injustice, I will speak my mind without fear or favour. And I think that that's the correct stance.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. So each voice still should be, each voice that should have its place. However, in council, I get where you'll have a problem. Yeah. So in council, you're going to have immaturity in the mix.
Yeah, and you could have selfishness in the mix as well, but you still have to have a consensus view. Otherwise, everything will fall apart.
But that's where we have the elders, you know, theoretically, or the council that should be able to set the right course, or the agreement, or the common law, etc.
That's very interesting, because in Judaism, I think you understand we have the Sanhedrin, right?
Yes, correct.
So ideally is there's in the Torah there's criteria that meet those things, and they're all about, all of their criteria are dictates of selflessness. I could post a criteria. Obviously, it doesn't always work, but that's the whole idea. Of like, if you have selfless individuals coming together as a council to dictate laws, then they'll dictate things in a proper path. But it only comes from first self-mastery, right?
Correct. That's,
okay, fair enough. Yeah, I get it.
That's what I think. And see, the other thing is that whether we like it or not, immaturity is a part of the human story.
Mm.
So not all people you can't expect from all people wise responses or wise calls.
You know, in knowing thyself and being self-aware, I'm big on that and all, and when I talk to people about it, sometimes I feel like it would be very difficult on the average Joe to dive straight into Torah. I've always wanted, or was, maybe it's because it's the path that I took, or that I would always send people eastward. You know, don't worship the Buddha, but listen to him. Listen, because it seems like when you're bogged down in a lot of Western religion, Western dogma, Western culture, and you lose because you. I mean, we do have a bit of an imperial influence on us in the Western world. It's been sticking around for a long time, and it's still kind of hanging on to us. And when I talk to people about this sort of thing, I don't want to betray, because I'm a Torah guy. I'm like 5 books of Moses, that's it, kind of a guy. And I feel kind of bad inside that I would want to send somebody eastward, that I would want to send them to, the Buddhists first, to kind of cleanse them of this, and I don't know how I could introduce them to their Creator via Torah, or perhaps maybe even the children of Israel, to address that sort of thing. If I could find a way to take all that stuff, because I know it's in here. I just haven't been able to piece it all together. If I could take what you might learn in the East from, say, the Vajra tradition, or or just general 4 noble truths, things of that nature, but very basic. I believe there is wisdom over there. I personally believe Buddha was sent by God to at least give a stepping stone to something greater that's coming. Put down all your gods. Know yourself first. Listen to the world before you act. When you wake up, take the time to listen to yourself first. It's like I always thought meditation was the flip side of the coin to prayer. Meditation is a silent action. Prayer is not. Prayer, it's actually once you've listened, you speak out, or you speak first in
proper prayer. Proper prayer, I think you'll find, is meditation, because you want to not have your mind in the conversation, so to speak. And that's where so Jesus in the Synoptics very clearly says you have to fast to experience the living Father, and I think that's pretty valid. And then that also sings of the Zen and the now and all of this sort of thing. So at the end of the day, whichever way you find your way. I'm talking a lot now, I suppose, because I feel that I want to talk, like I've got my book about what is this thing called God, and then I want to talk about the politicizing of religion, because I think that's the big harm in the world, and it's actually probably a part of the problem you just spoke about, because those religions have been politicized. That's where you say that people that would come to you about them would be tainted. They have a very negative view of the religion. It's not necessarily the spiritual component, it's the political component that causes all the problem. If you could depoliticize and identify where the political voice is being spoken and shut that down, then you find across all spirituality they all talk about the same thing. And I hold it's what the Cherokee say about the 2 wolves and those 2 instinctive drivers within the human condition, the ego and the God or the good, whichever way you want to put it. So, but equally, just on the talking part, I mean, if I didn't feel I had to do this sort of chore, I wouldn't. And what I'd be doing is living the experience and letting my actions speak for myself. And I think that they're the strongest voice. And there's a lot of people on the world. They can all, be an example. And all you really need at the end of the day is good example. I don't know that you need the lecture. The example speaks much stronger.
Doesn't it?
It does, exactly.
Reuven said and I have a glitch in Google Plus when I if you were here earlier, I have a glitch. I got a real glitch. But there's a glitch in my the chat room. Every time I scroll down to try to read what's been read, I get about 5 or 6 lines, and it boots me back up earlier in the. Reuven said here, if I can capture it, Abraham came from the east. I did not know that. Now I know that he sent some of his grandchildren back east to teach, but I did not know that Abraham came from the east. I did not know that.
I think that's true from what I've read. Yeah, I think that's very much true.
And then the path of Abraham has spoken from Shemoth, which I am unable to read, but you might want to take a gander over there, or a path if you want to talk these. If you want to talk them out, that'd be great. I just can't get to them to read them out loud for our listeners.
Okay, so path of Abraham was the first comment, and the father-in-law of Moshe, is it Moshe, saw what he did for the nation, and he said, "What is this thing?" What is this thing? That's my line in my book. That you do for the nation. Why do you sit by yourself and all the nation stands before you from morning until evening? And Moshe said to his father-in-law, "This is because the nation comes to me to seek Hashem. When there is a dispute, they come to me, and I judge between a man and his friend, and I make known to them the laws of Hashem and his Torah." That comes from Shemoth 18, chapter 18, verses 14 through 16.
You rock, Rob.
Did you want to discuss that at all, or are you comfortable just to read the next one?
Well, we were talking about earlier the father-in-law of Moses, because we go at war with the Midianites in this week's Parsha. But we also know, I mean, they even dedicate a whole Parsha to the man, or dedicated the name of the Parsha to him, which was Jethro. And I'd asked earlier, you know, before you came into the room, we were talking about what happened to Jethro, because he tries out, and from what I've heard, he tries out all the religions of men. He remained the priest of Midian. He was obviously an enlightened man, a good man. He saw something in Moses, but and eventually he came to Sinai, and he and Moses basically had a nice chat, and he realized everything, proclaimed, you know, the God of Israel, and went back to Midian as high priest. And then it was that we're in Numbers this week, chapter 27, verse 16 through 18. There was a war with the Midianites, and I think it was interesting that he brought that up. And where God plays judgment. I mean, we hear that in this week's Parsha too, when the women came to Moses saying, "Shouldn't we get some of the land? It's ours." He didn't have a son, and Moses could not judge it on what he had at the time, so he had to defer to God, and God said yes. The women may own land if the sons, if there were no sons but there were daughters, they can have the land, and so forth and so on, and how women can acquire land, that sort of thing.
That's why I think council is probably important in terms of judgment. You know, like a group of people that you recognise. You know, where it comes to other people's matters, you know, where it's yourself, well, fine, good enough. You'll you know, as you sow, so shall you reap, as they say. But when it comes to other people, it's probably better that a council deals with those matters, and that's pretty much the way it's sort of evolved, you know, with law and everything. And so the next one is Path of Abram posted this, and you should select from the entire nation men of valor who fear Hashem, men of truth who despise profit, and place them upon the nation as ministers of the thousands, ministers of the hundreds, ministers of the 50s, and ministers of the 10s. And they will judge the nation at all times. Any great matter they will bring to you. All minor matters they will judge. Your burden will be lightened, and they will bear it with you. Shemot, chapter 18, verses 21 to 22.
Outstanding.
Yeah, that's valid. I mean, if we had politics that ran on that premise, we'd be a lot better off.
No kidding, right?
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I thought of you the other day. I was watching a lecture or a video on YouTube, and it talked about how the Torah starts off with a bet. And visually, let me see if I can get it right. It would be a straight bottom with It would look similar to this right here. And why the Torah would start off with a letter like that? You know, why 2? Because bet is 2 in the Hebrew alphabet. And how it has like a back, a front, a side are close off, but it starts you off with the scripture, I guess, but it starts you off in one particular direction. And that and it was that this world is a world of duality.
Correct. Absolutely.
And it's about harmony.
No, sorry.
Anyway, I read that and I was like, ooh, you know, I bet Rob would enjoy that because, you know, you understand the duality of man.
Yeah, well, it actually extends beyond that. I mean, I was just writing a piece that I wanted to put online, and I was just trying to express this idea that things come from very basic premises, you know, and right across the spectrum. I mean, if you take a computer, it starts off with ones and zeros, and that concept of true and false permeates the whole ecosphere of the computer, right?
Yes.
And then if you look at the material world, we have things like hydrogen and oxygen, you know, simple as that, but they permeate, particularly if you put ether in the in with oxygen. If you blend that and just say, well, you know, that vibration or whatever sits in the oxygen element, you can bring it back to some very basic particles or basic elements, and then they permeate outwards to everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have in John 1 from the Bible, you know, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word is God. And this sort of concept of a very simple premise. And then we, and I think the same applies for the spiritual story. You have those two elements, God and devil, or God and evil, if you like, or God and ego in my point of reference.
Mm-hmm.
And everything holds those within the story. There's some fundamental building blocks, and they permeate everything. You know?
It's heaven and earth, not heaven and hell.
Yeah.
A lot of people, you know, I know in the Western world, we're taught, especially in America, it's heaven and hell, and evil, and Satan is the evil opposite of God, and all that good stuff, and eternal damnation versus eternal reward, and you know, yeah, it really pollutes the, you know, the here and now. You can have paradise here. It can happen in a generation.
Yeah.
You know, and that it all comes from you in the end.
Well, exactly.
Your own individual relationship with God or whatever, but it takes doing it now and here. The spiritual isn't any less attainable than you are.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Gnostic Jesus is in full agreement with everything there, because saying 19 says, talks about the paradise and that there's 5 treasures in this paradise. And what he's talking about is the 5 senses. You know, and an interesting thing I've been thinking about, which I think's got a lot of potential in terms of getting people closer to being on the same page, is this idea that the Injil that they mention in Islam is in fact the Gospel of Thomas. And I think that's probably true, because Islam honors the Torah and the Injil, but it says that, you know, the Bible is corrupted. Well, I tend to think that that aligns to my understanding as well. And also, when you tie in the fact that the Essenes practice the Nazarite way, which is from the Torah, you start to get a very nice flow, you know, Torah, Jesus, and then the Injil going across. But the problem between the three is political. So if you eliminate the political power plays in that, then they all rest on the same building block, I think.
No, Torah would confirm this.
Well, that's the thing, you know, a scholar, right? A scholar of, you know, someone that really knows his tradition well should be able to sit with another scholar and reach agreement. And if not, the point of discrepancy should be clearly identified, and my suspicion would be it'd be political. Or it would show, you know, it would show the issue.
Well, that's exactly what Rome did. They politicized something they had no business politicizing.
Absolutely, 100%.
You and I both know the evils of that empire, and
Yeah.
that it's still prevalent today. A lot of people don't understand that. And I'm not saying Romans are bad. I'm saying that there's something hanging on. There's a parasite, you know. There's something not quite right about it that isn't, you know.
Well, I know exactly what it is. I can actually detail it, and I'm in the processes of sort of mapping out its movement through history for a second book. But fundamentally, it started with the Flavian dynasty on the back of their brutalizing of the Jewish population and wiping out the Essenes. They came back. And then they solicited a guy called Nerva, who became an emperor in his own right after the Flavians. And he's the author of the New Testament. And there's the corruption. So they took the good story from Jesus and they made it a political story. And although it may seem hard to believe, I hold that the holy, or I'd probably call them the unholy Roman Empire, have used that religion from that point in 73 AD to today for political power. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't going away, was it? I mean,
what's that?
The movement, the movement of Jesus, or this notion that you were teaching these Gentile people that Rome was either conquering or in the process of conquering. People were catching on to it. It made a lot of sense to a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, Jews. Jesus was talking to the Jewish people, you know, and for, you know, that's another thing I'd like to get into a whole conversation with you about is what parts of the Gospels would you separate, like if we were to walk through it, because I know some part of the Gospels make absolutely no sense.
Yeah, well, I've already done that work. I can share you a link and you can take some time and have a look at it at your leisure.
All right.
I separate, what I did is I went through the Gospel of Thomas and all 114 sayings, and I put my interpretation in it. And like you said before, it takes time, but I got there. And in doing that, then I was able to look at the Synoptic Gospels with a different lens, and I found that 61 sayings in the Bible were also part of the 114, but 53 were not. And the 53 that were not, when you look at them as a collection, they tell a very interesting story. They talk about this personal relationship that we have with our living Father, and that when you think about it would be a massive threat to an empire like Rome, who was using and broadcasting as propaganda to their population that, you know, the emperors had a special relationship with God and their priesthood had a special relationship. So that's the politicizing of religion. So the Jesus story in the Gospel of Thomas, or at least those 53, clearly show that he would have been a massive threat to that sort of model of spiritual religion.
Yes.
Or no, political religion, yeah.
I wanted to...
I put a link there in the window.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you very much, Rob. Also, Reuben invited folks to the room. I want to say something about Reuben, okay, since he don't ever talk much, but he texts plenty, and we all might overlook that, I don't know. But Reuben is everything I'd never want to hang out with, you know? He's a Jew who questions the Torah in ways that he does, which frustrates the hell out of me. You know, he's got an anti-theist streak to him, which frustrates the hell out of me, and yet I trust him explicitly. And that's silly. I know. So, just to let you know, Ruben, if I were, it's any other time I just might have nixed you from my friends list, and yet I've made friends with you, and I do not, honey. Wifey stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so ode to Reuven on that. I don't know what it is about him, but I trust this guy. I keep hanging around with him, and he's been so sweet. He's inviting people. He's the reason why we have a chat tonight, because mine wasn't working. And so bless you, Reuben. Thank you for all the stuff that you do. That's I am flattered, really, on that. So
he's a man on a mission, aren't you, Reuben?
Hakuna Matata. I'm glad all y'all showed up. I'm missing J-Dubs. J-Dubs is another one who was like an inspiration out of more serendipity than anything.
Me and J-Dubs are at war at the moment. So.
Oh, really?
Yes, I had a falling out with him. He censored me the third time, so if someone treats me in a way that I think's unjust, I'm going to give it to them in spades. But I'll expect that they'll actually defend themselves. But if they start sort of talking porkies, well, then I'll fire up and I'll speak my mind.
See, y'all had a...
Yeah, we had a bit of a disagreement. But also, J-Dubs, he... I don't know. In my mind, I think he can be his own worst enemies at times. Like, he has a very defeatist attitude. He's had a hard life, an unfortunate life by the sound of it. And he often talks about, departing this world would be a better option. And I think he's, perhaps he doesn't do it here, but I've heard him say it. And if he could just sort of wake up a bit, he'd do himself better service.
I came across a live thing. It was a Brett King hangout. I didn't know who anybody was. I didn't know about the drama. I didn't know who Brett King was. He was clever, and I liked the guy. And so I entered a room one late night. It was one of them late night deals, and he goes, "Oh, look, another Noachide." I was like, "Holy crap!" I mean, there are none of us out there. I mean, we are a minority, definitely. People who would openly just call themselves, Noahides. And here was this dude who and ever since then, it's just like, hey, and I like it when he's around. He's a good luck charm, I guess. I don't know. He don't talk much, but yeah, I don't know. But
that's all right.
I take signs like that, I God winks. My mom calls them God winks, when the universe winks at you.
Yeah, well, I had an unfortunate episode too, which probably didn't sort of put me in the best frame of mind. There was on Facebook, there was this video, and it was about a jihadist, and he was shooting a group of people, and it really makes me angry, that sort of thing. So that put me in a bit of a bad frame of mind thinking about it, because I know that this man, he was just standing there, he was just shot these people, and he had people on his side, and they were all getting a turn at shooting these other fellows, and it just annoys me. It's that story about political religion again. It really annoys me. And I know that if I could, tell a true story to that dude, justice would be served without having to do any more. And, it just annoys me that people do that to other people. Anyway, so I had that in my mind in the day, so it wasn't one of the best days.
This is all good stuff. I could never. I needed the Torah personally, but I know that it leads to something greater. A lot of people see it as just a text. Path of Abraham mentioned earlier. He wanted to make it really, really clear, and you know, it's not a religious text. It's actually, you must approach it as a way for a nation to guide itself, but not just any nation, a nation that would be an example to the world. And that's why, you know.
Yeah, I'm not one for nationhood, actually. I wish we just all get together and live as one big human family. And to me, the story's the same. And so, you know, if you could get a council of elders that fit the brief that of the, you know, that piece we read before, and they honoured that to the letter of the law, and that council was, you know, set the guidelines, you know, there'd be even economic benefits, because you'd cut down on the costs of law within a country, because you'd only have one global law. And to me, you know, that's all doable and achievable. I don't need the concept of boundaries for my existence.
Reuven wrote, every Jew has 10 Noahides on speed dial. Our shoulders are ready. So, reference. I want to ask you this. Does this have anything to do with there'll be 10 Jews to every one of the tzitzit when we enter the land of Israel? Just, I didn't know if it had any connection. I heard that there'll be a Jew riding on the tzitzit of every rabbi going into Israel for every tzitzit.
There you go. There's your answer, mate.
Let me scroll down and get to them. Here we go. No, 10 non-Jews will grab the shoulders of a Jew and ask to see the Messiah. Well, heck yeah, count me in. Make room. Bring it. Bring it. I could deal with a world like that right now. Here's another thing for all you fine folks out there watching out there in YouTube and Google Plus land. When you talk about the Messiah in a Hebrew reference, if I'm wrong, Israelites, please correct me on this, but you will not know it by the man himself, but more by the way the world is when he comes. Because I think we get more information on what the world's like when the Messiah comes than we do on the Messiah himself. We're all tied up on this Messiah guy, this Savior guy, this conduit guy, and this thing, this image that we make. And yet, you'll be able to know when he's arrived by looking out your window. The world will change. You will know it not by the man himself, but by how we are treating each other, how the world works.
Yeah, and that would be right. So the way I look at that, because I have a totally different view on the Messiah, spoiled, I guess, because of Cyrus the Great, because he's the anointed one that finds his way into the Catholic tradition, or at least he's the root of it. But it's almost like, you know, it's almost like we're on a path to enlightenment as a global community. And the reason I say that is that we went through an enlightenment era in the 1600s, and that evolved into worldwide revolution. Well, the revolution was against the selfishness of empires, basically. That's the fundamental basis for it. And I think that we're going through that same sort of phenomenon now. But it's a dangerous time because the empire is quite powerful at the moment, and hopefully somehow we can find a way. Well, I've got some ideas, but hopefully we can find a way of being peaceful about it, you know, getting it done peacefully. And that then would lead to an enlightenment era. Because, see, in the human condition, as far as I can tell, addressing the ego is the thing that gives you peace. You know, putting it in its proper place and taking the reins of that element, and then choosing to stay with the God or the inner good wolf, if you like, from a Cherokee perspective. If you stay with that, then that's your life done and dusted, and throw a bit of meditation in and you're good to go. And that's the kind of thing that needs to happen societally. You know, we need to sort of rid the selfishness and just start applying the authentic selflessness across the globe. And the good thing is, when you do that, people are just so much happier. They just are. It's got a, you know, the magic's already built in. You know, you just have to make that choice, and then, you know, everything follows. It's that simple. It really is. It isn't any more complicated than that. So hopefully, you know, we're on that track and we're maturing somewhat, because there is, like, even in the atheist community, you find a spiritualness in, you know, when they get into their little groups and the like, and that there's a spiritual emergence. You know, they want to be good to each other and they want to set good examples. So it's another church in its own right, you know, because, you know, that's the human nature. That's where our joy lives. Our honest happiness sits within the selflessness. You know, something like that. Simple. But you don't get the good stuff unless you do the deeds, so to speak, right? You don't get the experience unless you apply yourself first. So it all starts with you. And you, and you, and you, and you.
You know, it occurred to me what I think. In my most desperate hour since discovering God, I was at a very desperate point in my life where the writings of Chogyam Trungpa, I've mentioned him before. He introduces, in a very nice secular way, the tradition of Shambhala. Shambhala is about building an enlightened society and the sacred path of warriorship. And I think maybe that's why Judaism appeals to me, or perhaps why the Shambhala principle is that it's about building an enlightened society. And it puts Buddhism, or I should say the Four Noble Truths, and I think, and I don't say this lightly, but I think that really it does parallel what I get out of the Noachide Code. And maybe it's because, and this is probably very personal, but it takes enlightening to not the level of necessarily the individual, but when the individual begins to, literally, his radiance radiates others.
Yeah, that's the sower parable to a degree, you know, where throw the sower parable from the Gospel of Thomas talks about, you know, leading by example. I'll read it to you so that I don't misrepresent it. So he says, Jesus said, "Look, the sower went out, took a handful of seeds and scattered them. Some fell on the road and the birds came and gathered them. Others fell on rocks. They didn't take root in the soil and didn't produce heads of grain. Others fell on thorns and they choked the seeds and worms ate them. And others fell on good soil and it produced a good crop. It yielded 60 per measure and 120 per measure." So what he's trying to foster there is this spirit of never giving up, and, you know, don't be put off by, you know, the state that other folks are in, because if you hold true, you know, you'll be planting seeds, you know, and others will benefit from that. And it's a good lesson. Because, you know, I'm not sure immaturity will ever diminish. I mean, you know, it sort of seems to be part of the fabric. And I mean, if you look back at the indigenous communities, who probably have longer histories than we do, they still had things like initiation ceremonies where they had to bring the young person into adulthood. You know, so there was a recognised need for that sort of change, or that wake up, hey, you know, now it's time to be the man, or, you know, or you know, the woman in the society. Well, I don't know whether they do it with the women or not, but you know what I mean, sort of thing. So it seems like it's inescapable. It's part of our reality that we have this immaturity to deal with as well. So that's where I think it's not wise to ignore. See, one thing that frustrates me a little bit is people that sort of just look at things in a sort of an idealistic point of view. I don't know that that's helpful. I think that you've got to acknowledge both realities for what they are. You know?
Both realities?
Yeah, you know, the selfish aspect, or so again, this is my paradigm. I'm saying that within inside us all are the two wolves, and one is about advantage for the self, and the other one is about looking after thy neighbour, and they are part of the story, and it's not wise to ignore that reality.
Yeah,
That's, you know, as much as God is built in, so is the other thing.
Torah gives us an enlightenment of righteousness within a nation of people, like the nation that's got itself, that's tasked with setting the example for every other nation on the planet. And when I get into when I think back at my time with with you know, the writings of Chogyam Trungpa, my journey in that, it's maybe that's why, because it's about a nation. You know, when you think of Torah, it's there to govern a nation. It's the first and foremost. How do you deal with the rest of the world where they're given these? Judge them. They'll be judged by these 7 laws. You know, and it's still it becomes inclusive of even that which exists outside of them. It's still a I've just come to a wild revelation here, y'all, and I'm vocalizing it, I guess.
That's the way.
The need for us to do it together. All we have are each other.
Correct.
And if quantum physics is right when they say that consciousness determines reality, then we need to solidify this enlightened society by bonding with the other, so we see the same vision. Which goes back to the whole thing about love and Judaism is about giving so much of yourself to another that you recognize yourself in them.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I am that. I am. So that's saying I am that other. I am. That's me. You know.
Yeah.
We are. We are who we see, and Jesus does that one as well. What he says is, Jesus said, "Know what is in front of your face, and what is hidden from you will be disclosed to you. For there's nothing hidden that will not be revealed, and there is nothing buried that will not be raised." What that actually means is, because what is in front of our face, it's not ourselves, it's the other. So we see in the other. So when you're immature, you look at the other and you'll be critical. But when you sort of wake up a little bit, you'll say, "Oh, I see a bit of me in that person," you know. When we're a little bit more honest with ourselves. Yeah, it's all connected. It's all connected. It's all they're telling the same story. All the good guys are anyway.
I want to talk of Pink Floyd real quick. Strangers passing in the street, by chance 2 separate glances meet, and I am you, and what I see is me. And do I take you by the hand and lead you through the land and help me understand the best I can?
There you go. Now you'll find that in a lot of music, particularly a lot of the really popular songs, you'll notice that you'll find the wisdom threaded in there, because that's the way it is, and that's why we really, we attracted to certain lyric and that, because I know that relates to me, you know. This is the human family speaking to each other. it's really not all that complicated, really. When you get at the end of it, you sort of wonder, you look backwards and you think, well, Jesus, why was that such a problem? But the reality, I think, of that story is that the ego, you know, it hangs on, you know, to its existence, wants to have its way, you know, with us. And I think that's the thing that makes it complicated. But it turns out to be really quite simple. You know, we could really make a really good fist of this world and this living experience. But it's, well, in my mind, it's the empires that are the problem. And egos.
It's part of it, but you can topple an empire easy. Easier than you might think.
I understand that, because I know how, you know, if you were to ask me, well, how would you deal with the current empires, I could tell you explicitly what I do. The empire model is held in very common. It's a pyramid, right? So it has one person usually at the top, and that's exactly what we see in the Lion's Pride and the Baboon communities. That's exactly how they structure. Everything's about that individual at the top, and then they're supported by layers of less and less preferentially treated individuals, if you like.
Bureaucracy, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And the way you do it is you'd have to, because see, those people that live in that paradigm, they're lusting after the top job. That's what sort of keeps them going along. But if you could show them the error of that way, and then say, and a way out, because they're also trapped in these paradigms, I think, because, you know, all people, even the people that live these sort of ways, are still got the two wolf story going on. So they'll be conflicted, no doubt about it. So if you could somehow start a couple of people falling over, if you like, and because, you know, if we do have evil in this world, it's got to be evident. Otherwise, we're just making stuff up. So if it's evident, there'll be people there that know about the stories. And if those people will turn over and talk about those stories, then the whole thing comes tumbling down. It's the same story with the individual. It's that awareness, it's that honesty, and it's opening up and speaking truthfully. So there you go, the truth. See, it sets us free.
I've always been fascinated with the concept of the psychopath.
Yeah.
A common look we have about them, and when we look at things like empire. What kind of brain, what kind of person would it take to want to be there?
Okay, well, that's easily answered, actually, and I can give you I can give you a video that you can watch at your leisure, which will actually give you the science behind it. It turns out that we humans, and I've experienced this myself when I first got a couple of direct reports. So I was in charge of 3 other people. So that link there will show you that study by Paul Piff, and it'll show you clearly how susceptible we are to playing the advantage for the individual. And then that's when the lies start, because we don't want to be seen as being selfish, but we want to be selfish.
Right.
Yeah. So.
But it troubles me. I don't know if there's such thing as a psychopath, or if it's just the very idea of it. But it does make a lot of sense psychologically. I'm not a big fan of psychology, but psychologically it would make a lot of sense that brand or that way of thinking or living or processing information that would lead a person to want to be at the top of the chain. Why you would, what kind of...
It's innate. It's as hardwired in us as...
something in all of us then? So
absolutely.
With saying that, so you would see in science they say it's impossible that a psychopath is physically incapable, that their brain just won't work. And I have a hard time believing that. I have a really difficult time believing that there is nothing within what we would label as a psychopath, that there's no goodness, that there's no conscience, that there's no...
That particular video, if you watch it, and you watch it, so it runs for about 8 minutes, but if you look, there's a point where the study's released to the wider scholarly community, and all of a sudden there's a barrage of complaints come in, you know, saying that this is crack science. And when you think about, well, hang on a minute, it seems quite reasonable. It seems like they've done reasonable stuff, and you can see those sort of behaviours that they talk about in your own living experience. It seems quite valid. Why would they be complaining? Well, the answer, I think, is that it's a bit of an affront to people that were the BMW drivers and the ones that aspired for privilege and enjoyed privilege. I think it might have struck a raw nerve with quite a number of people. So it's an interesting one.
I have a hard time believing that there are such things as psychopaths, that nobody is beyond redemption, that there are people who are physically incapable of having a conscience. I have a real hard time with that. It's not like I've made up my mind or anything, but I have a real difficult, that seems to contradict everything that I've learned.
Why? Like, it's like, it's not, especially if it's like it's kind of like, if it's just like a birth defect.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing either way. I just want to understand. I don't think I have a position on the matter.
That's what I heard. Yeah, that it was like they were. When I say physically, that's exactly what I mean. That there are those who are incapable of living with a conscience, and that they attract themselves. In fact, they might even seek others like them out, and that might be the reason, or definitely a contributing factor as to why empire has a tendency to do more harm than good in the end. That relinquishing the people from that sort of would be healthier.
There's also...
Sorry.
I was going to say, there's also degrees of psychopathic behavior, just like how there's a spectrum of autism. So you have psychopaths who are like how we define a psychopath, somebody who's like out of their mind, just killing and not caring. But then there's psychopaths who are like just perfectly normal members of society that you might even know, who just, their psychopathic tendencies are just on such a low scale that you wouldn't even necessarily label them as psychopathic. You might just call them selfish.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Consider.
There's a study on this. I'll find it once.
Yeah.
Cool.
Consider the form of greed, though, right? Greed, just greed of itself, right? Forget the psychotic conditions, etc. But just greed alone, it has as its form an insatiable characteristic, right? That's why we call it greed. So it will want always more for the self. There's a number of other characteristics. Well, the ego mind, it seems, attaches to things of an insatiable nature. That's one of the things I noticed as a bit of a pattern. I'm just trying to think of what other things are insatiable, but and the good side seems to be satiated in the moment, in the experience itself, and just quite comfortable with that event. Prideful people will go after more acknowledgement. So, and there's never enough. The lover of gain, will always want more, so that's the greed characteristics. The petty backbiter will always be backbiting. It's never enough. It can be done to sort of lift up their own personal sense of worth, to elevate them above the other. All these sort of characteristics, they're evident right through people that are immature, I think. So if we take the greed idea, then it's easy to see how someone could just keep wanting more and you know, the other thing about the ego identity is that its very nature is that it doesn't see the others of any value. It's all about itself. And it will actually harm.
Rob, I have a question.
Yeah.
Based off of that, do you say there's like inherent value in living in a communal setting then to help defeat ego, or do you think ego would only be defeated in solitude?
That's a really good question. So solitude, meditation certainly helps, because what meditation does, done properly, is that it gets you out of the thinking mind and just into the innate state and conscious of your senses, and that's where reality really lies, in the moment. So there is benefit in a form of isolation. However, it's not essential at all. I mean, if you're able to somehow rationally come to the conclusion that well, even if you just did it as an experiment, I think it would still prove itself. You know, if you were to practice communal living and being authentically selfless, and the key word is authentic, and this is, you know, becoming aware of that. What happens is that you get an experiential feedback loop that then gives you the results that reward that behavior. So this is the way Jesus put that one was, he who has, so control fine.
It's great. Experiential feedback loop. That's
yeah. Whoever has something in hand will be given more, and whoever has nothing will be deprived of even the little they have. So, and this is why people, you know, living selfish lives probably don't get, people living others, because they're not experiencing it. So they're missing it. They're missing the experience.
I'm going to slingshot this around Buddha and come back to Torah. Buddha says that in his Four Nobles, one of the Four Noble Truths, he says that from desire comes suffering. And then bringing that back to the bare essence of the teachings of man in Genesis, it was Eve did not desire to eat from the tree. It was only by an outside influence, but it stuck.
Yes.
You know, it just did. It's one of the things we have to correct, I think.
Found its way in, but it's not innate.
Oh yeah. No. It's innate. It's It's, to my mind, it's very much a primitive. I kind of think of them, and I base this analysis on observations of a video on some baboons and that. But I kind of think that they're both of them are innate survival strategies. And that video that I shared earlier talks about a study by Paul Piff. You can see that people, when they're, and these people are unconscious of what was happening, are prone to be attracted to personal advantage.
Right, I agree, but I'm saying, when I say it's innate, I mean, like, if that's removed, you're functioning not only as well, but maybe on a higher level than you did before.
Yeah,
like,
well,
yeah, like, it's not a necessity, and if anything, it's a hindrance in a lot of ways.
I agree. Yes, we're far better off. It turns out our life is an infinitesimal time better experience without the ego, far better, and the feedback loop validates that. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a really difficult time believing in the innate evil of man. Something about that I find very disturbing. Yes, I'm not saying that there isn't, I don't want to use this the wrong way, a taint. But I have a really difficult time looking at I mean, putting all the biblical and even the spiritual stuff aside, looking at nature. All things in nature are good. can't knock a bacteria for being a bacteria. You can't knock a tree. You can't knock a mammal. You can't knock a fish, an eel, an octopus. You can't knock anything. But with man, there seems to be a bit of a taint. You know,
well,
it's difficult for me to believe that we are a product of something that is produced, or of something that is shown to have produced such goodness in the entire flippin' cosmos, in the fabric of nature itself, that we do not possess that basic goodness.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I mean, that's there, and what I'm saying is that's fundamentally the best choice. In the long run, it leads to a much better life outcome, not only for yourself, but for those that are around you. And but it's also got some interesting characteristics. I mean, the things, you know, the virtues, wisdom that can't be taught. So it's more than just, you know, a desire to belong to the herd. It actually has some other really good qualities. You know, this loss of fear of death, which is an extremely valuable commodity or state of mind, if you like. They're all attached to the good. And equally, the converse of those, only because I suppose they're not there, they are attached to the other side of the story. But again, they're both there. But I just look at them as two survival strategies. We've got to choose between.
Maybe at this point, but I still have a hard time believing that humans are innately have an innate evil in them. That if it takes an outside influence.
But you're classifying it as evil.
Well, evil's not actually the best word I could use. I get that.
From the self's point of view, it's its mechanism to continue the self. So imagine a scenario where economics was stretched to the limit and we had to struggle to get a meal. That would be a really challenging set of circumstances, and it might see, you know, it would really.
Richard Dawkins' theory is that we are just vehicles for our genes, and I think the genes can lead us to do some pretty nasty stuff. Like, have you noticed that girls tend to be attracted to bad boys? The bad boys who play many women at the same time.
Yeah.
Those are the girls in high school. You know what I got from so many girls in high school?
Yeah.
Really pissed me off. You know what it was? Well, you're a really nice guy.
Yeah.
But you're a really nice guy. Oh, you're really sweet, but he has a car. He's a bad boy. Yeah, I always got that. You're a really nice guy. It's like, don't you want a nice guy? Don't you want a guy who would just, you know, give himself to you and worship you? No, you got to go for a dipstick over here and his, you know, 68 Mustang and long hair and cut up jeans.
I don't actually think that stops at high school. Those girls go for the best men they can. Well, maybe it stops at high school. Maybe if they force themselves to go for the more noble men, they will. But
hey, well, what's the individual's advantage? What are they playing that choice for? How's it serving?
I think evolutionary theory would predict that men try to reproduce as much as possible, and for men that requires having sex with many girls. For girls, evolutionary theory would predict going for only one man at a time, because they can reproduce with only one baby every 9 months at best.
Yeah, so why are they picking the bad boy, though?
Yeah, because there is a sexual selection hypothesis that's popular among evolutionary biologists that the most powerful men would have many girls. And a sure sign of a powerful man is that he would have many girls, and the girls try to go for the most powerful man.
Yeah, historically,
because
I find that very powerful men often lead to more destruction than good.
Yes.
Interesting conundrum.
Yes. And that sexual selection psychology probably came about because unified clans were more likely to succeed, and more intelligent clans were more likely to succeed. A clan that tends to choose the man that's most powerful, where the women tend to choose the man who's most powerful.
But this is all
to produce intelligence.
Isn't this not all culturally relative, though?
Well, it's biological. That's what I'm saying. You can say it's culturally relative, but I think biology has just one reality.
Maybe this is why Jews are so big, because Jewish women aren't, the Jewish women don't seem to fit the typical model of women in societies across the globe.
I would say that morality is culturally relative, and if you want to call the system that biology has produced good or evil, then that would be cultural relativism. It would be a subjective value judgment. To me, it's neither good nor evil. It's just the way it is.
Right.
Yeah, but there's still two models that play out in biology. One is a collaborative model, and the other one is the one that you're speaking about, which is about more of a survival of the unit, or a more powerful unit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like I always remember the Robert Sapolsky study where, the alpha males in the baboon community got poisoned off, and then the matriarchs took over, and what happened is they adopted more of a herd and more of a collaborative community. And then the interesting thing is that they actually chose to stay in that model, even when new males came in.
Yeah, but if they had to compete against other clans, then they might not have lasted.
They may not have, yeah. I suppose the answer to that question would be how fit they were as a fighting force.
Right.
Compared to the other thing, and I don't. Well, the study never addressed that, so I don't know the answer to
that. Yeah. We've gotten a lot less of violence in human civilization than in the past, in our ancestors. Hardly any of us ever gets into any fights. Maybe we get into one fight in our life, and it seldom ends in death. A minority of people are soldiers. They go to war, but not the majority. In ancestral societies, murder would be commonplace. If you want to be the leader of the clan, you have to kill the previous leader.
But there's influences there that are, I think, religious. I remember seeing a part on Islam, and that some of its doctrine sort of favoured a bit more of an ancestral type of platform, and it was from a scholar too, Dr. Bill Warner, although he sort of committed to the anti-Islam side of the debate, so I can't be 100% sure.
He would claim that Islam is violent or polygamous and things to that effect.
Well, he was saying that there was a higher incidence of inbreeding, if you like.
Inbreeding.
Yeah, that was his claim, and because of that, he presented that there is evidence that's had an effect on that community.
It would make them more violent.
Well, I think he was sort of talking about their intellectual abilities, perhaps. Was certainly a damning sort of thing. But here's my thing: is that if that were true, then you've got evidence of a cultural impact, not a biological one.
Mm-hmm. It would be the culture's influence on the genes.
Oh, yeah, well, that's right, because it's influencing the sexual partnering.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. One thing that always bothers me about the notion of genetics, and I don't want to use this in a negative light when I say the slave to the genetics, but it's often an argument that's brought up to me that I'm very frustrated with, in that is when somebody does something really, really bad. And we say, well, it's his genetics to do so, or good, or whatever action one takes. But it bothers me that there's no teaching, and that there's no fundamental need for choice in human beings, not the rest of nature. I don't really think that choice is really that broad for a bear or a sheep or a tree. I'm not sure how much choice they're involved in. You know, berry from one bush might be sweeter, bigger, brighter than the berry on another bush, maybe. Okay. But when it comes to human beings who are proven devolution, we are de-evolved. We negatively affect nature. We are evolution's blind alley by our behavior. We can see this. It's difficult for me to say that a human being cannot be taught choice, that he has the option not to do harm to the environment, to their mate, to society. It seems like the genetic argument would seems to ignore that or something. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. You're saying that the argument that we are slaves to our genes would be a way to relieve responsibility for our bad actions.
It seems like it could easily lead to that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not saying that's a natural consequence, but it seems like it would lead to that. It would lead to that train of thinking easier. That if you're born with this tendency, for instance, there's a story about a rabbi. I don't know if you know anything about the Jewish folk, but there was a rabbi who just the idea of drawing blood caused possibly I might be going on a limb, a form of lust, but he loved drawing blood so much. And what do you do with a rabbi like that? Guy who wants to be a rabbi, and yet he's saying that. So what do? They make him the mohel. They make him the surgeon. They make him the guy who does the. So you know, but yeah, okay. So I guess you know what I'm coming from then.
Well, suppose that our actions are instead entirely influenced by culture. And I do think it's a mix of the two, but let's say it's entirely our upbringing. Then wouldn't it be equal that we are slaves to the influences of our upbringing?
How about wouldn't, in a lot of ways, then our culture and our upbringing then map and our genetics that we can pass on to our children? Is that what you're saying?
No, there's an argument.
You're saying there's like all humans fundamentally, regardless of culture, creed, or history, have the same base.
No. Let me explain. There's an argument that's because we are slaves to our genes that we bear no responsibility for our bad actions. And I'm saying, wouldn't that also apply if we were slaves to our cultural upbringing, that we have no responsibility for our bad actions? Wouldn't it be the same logic? And you think maybe it's easier to make that argument if it's entirely genes than if it's entirely culture?
Would you say there might be something in the human that knows better?
Yeah. Yeah, be it genes or be it culture. I think cultural shame and punishments do have an influence on our actions. And I don't think the relative weight of genes over culture bears much on whether or not we bear responsibility for the actions we take.
Sure. I've learned a lot about science, and I've been dummied up by science. I'm not knocking it in any way, shape, or form. I fear that we often, when we get into areas of morality, when I say morality, I mean that part of the human being that knows better than to stomp on a cat, that knows better than to fuck a sheep, that knows better than to cheat on your wife, or to murder, or to steal. I'm afraid that science, because it's got such prestige and it's got such testability, that it might lead to a worldview that would nix the need to explore that part of human nature that knows better.
Yes, you can think of it this way. Psychopaths, seemingly innately and biologically, have no empathy. They have no internal motivation to treat people well. They would have only external motivation. They may fear the punishment that would come their way if they were to mistreat people. Their mode of thoughts would be biological, maybe just as biological as ours. I think humans have an innate biological tendency to treat people well, generally.
But isn't well just? I think I don't want to beat a dead horse, but isn't well? I think I'd already brought this up with Rob. Isn't well also culturally relative? Like some people think stealing is perfectly culturally acceptable, other people don't. Like whole communities.
Whole communities think stealing is perfectly acceptable? I don't think so.
Yeah, for sure. There's an example of I already gave the example of my mother lived in Finland with gypsies, and when the youngest boy stole his first wallet and watch, the whole community had a 2-day party, and she was just baffled by this.
So one community can think it's okay to do bad things against other communities. They would not approve of gypsies stealing from other gypsies, presumably.
Ooh. But still, it's still taking. I mean, it's still assuming you can do with the world.
Yeah, it's well known that you can do all kinds of horrible things to people who are not part of your clan. I think that's innate. But when we talk about good deeds that are innate, we would be talking about how we treat our own family and our own members of the clan.
No, disagree. I think the innate component seems to apply to the whole human herd without, and because it's cultural, or it's perhaps your family context.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's your culture, I think, that biases. So I might live in a culture that sort of favours the family unit, but then there might be cultures that don't look at the family unit. They look at all of the aunties and all of the uncles. So this is the Aboriginal culture, as all being part of a larger unit. So then that whole dynamic changes because of culture. What I'm suggesting is that the biological part that you're talking about is the innate survival strategy of, do I survive for a unit, for myself, or do I play that card, or do I play out a survival strategy which is a collaborative one, and which of those two is more beneficial? And I'd argue that the survival strategy that's cooperative is the better one, because it has a whole lot more going for it if you make the choice in the first place. If you haven't made the choice, then you don't know what the payback story is, so your choice might be somewhat biased. But so now I'm sort of trying to use the spiritual context to frame your scientific view.
Mm-hmm. So I think the cultural component of how many of us would think of humanitarianism as and treating all people with respect as in all people are part of your clan. I think that's the cultural part of the extension of the family, the extension of the clan to nations, nation states, and the whole world to be cosmopolitan and humanitarian and liberal.
Sorry, just to get clarity, you're saying that in your view, that's the cultural influence?
Yeah, well, it's kind of the culture influence, a cultural component, extending something innate. Instead of looking after your own clan as in your own family, why not think of your own family being the whole human species?
Yeah, well, what I'd say is that the innate condition makes for the whole human family to be. That's its ultimate goal, is to be a member of the entire herd of humans, and treat each other equally. That's its ultimate strategy. Whereas the other side of the survival strategy is really stuff them. It's just really about me surviving, and that's it.
I think human history is a progression from almost everyone thinking of their own clan, their own family unit as
that's the cultural influence.
As the people they identify with, and you progress through history, and the group gets larger. Instead of the single clan, it's a group of clans. After that, it's a city. After that, it's a nation. Yeah. And after that, it's a continent, a region, or the whole world.
Yeah. But I would say that discussion that you spoke about then is the contextual or the cultural influences, and the innate position, though, is to belong to the whole herd. And that's why if I go overseas, I want to be accommodating and respectful of the people that I'm dealing with. That's how I'd like to relate to those particular people. That's that's an innate driver, I think.
Well, I actually think it's very deeply ingrained in most Western people. Maybe not you, but it is for me to, from a very young age, to be taught to be respectful of people of all cultures and all skin colors, and all nationalities, all languages.
You're saying that that's a cultural thing for you, then? Is that what you're trying to argue?
It's not innate.
I don't think so. I don't agree.
I don't know. And if you live with an extreme, let's say, looking at it from a Western, I guess at one time it were the commies, now it's Arabs.
Yes. So we'll always have an enemy. Or like Arabs, it's not all Arabs. It's just certain Arabs.
There were people who really believe, and I'm related to them, elders of mine, who really believe that that a nation needs an enemy in order to survive.
Yeah, I get a bit of that with my father. That's the attitude he had, and it's very much cultural in relation to the Japanese people, and I don't harbour that at all. And we quite often fight over that particular point, because I think his position is an unjust one. But what I was going to say was, take the enlightened. Well, let's take the position of someone that classifies as the enlightened person. Wouldn't you expect that person would be warm to all people? Would you expect that as a trait of theirs?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
I would.
Hey?
I would. Under any. Hell no.
Why? Explain.
Well, because I think, and this might be my Eastern influence, and being trained in Northern Shaolin Kung Fu and many of the Eastern arts, in my study in warriorship, that there comes a time when you have to say no. And no, and this ties in with this week's Parsha, with Pinchas.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I understand that point.
There comes a time when it's righteous indignation, when you have to stand up and get nasty. It's not nasty. It might be perceived as nasty, but you have to stand up and say absolutely not, hell, mother effing no, and slap your hand on the table to the point where it breaks and say no. That's a righteous man.
The IdolSmasher. I'm not sure that.
I understand your point, but what I'd say back to you is, in that moment, what you're doing is you're standing against an immature person, and there's an observed injustice.
Yeah, but if he's got a knife in his hand, if the man's got a gun and he's pointing it at people who don't deserve it, then you have to say no, and you have to force in order to disarm him. If that means break his arm or rip his neck from his head from his neck, it has to be.
I understand what you're saying, but what you're talking about is a circumstance. I'm talking just about that individual, and let's assume, right, that all things being equal, the other people don't have those issues. Wouldn't he aspire, or even if they did have those issues, actually this is valid too, even if they had the issues you're speaking about, in standing up to them, he still cares for that person. Right, being an enlightened.
Sure. Yeah, it would take a warrior. It would take a soft heart too. But still, you have to be just. You have to be willing to go to the mile. You have to be willing to go all the way.
Yeah.
If you're truly going to. Okay, Path of Abraham has a question for Reuven. Tell us what it is, because I'm not reading both y'all. I'll read him. And it slipped your mind. Oh. Okay. All right.
Give me a second. He's gonna recollect.
Yeah, I think the righteous man, because of the need for warriorship, it won't always be that way. There's going to come a time when we won't need it. I believe. I think we will, if you will allow the term evolve into something greater than we are now. I think we have the capacity within us now. All it takes is a little extrapolation in the right areas.
Well, I think that we could. I honestly don't think that you'll ever get rid of the two wolf story. That's an evolutionary thing that's got to happen in its own course. It's beyond our control. What could happen, though, is that we could become. I hold that culturally empires are a bloody nightmare, and they bring a lot of bad outcomes because these people are the powerful and influential people in our society, and they tend to look at things from their own narrow perspective. And because of that, we have an education system where kids used to be indoctrinated into religious texts probably too early. We have scenarios where the education standards are a bit weak, but also, and in my country, one of the issues I have at the moment is that our kids don't get enough exercise through the school day. Those sort of things are afterthoughts, and I think that they're negative. But the big thing that's missing is we don't have mature meditation for young kids, so that they learn about that phenomenon early. And also parenting. I think parenting could use some guidance, some wise guidance. I'm not so sure that collectively we parent well. So things like that would really improve our outcome. But to me it needs wise guidance, and
I understand the need. That's why I relate to Torah so easily, because it is a guidance, even though some of it doesn't directly apply to me.
Yeah, well, that's why these texts will be eternally important, and they have been for the past. The only problem I see is the politicizing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If we could eliminate that politicizing shit, we'd be, doing a lot better.
Nationalism is a form of idolatry. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Yeah,
I think, it's not. I'm not saying we should be ashamed, but nationalism is dangerous. I think that's one of the harms of my country.
Any form of class distinction, right, is a barrier to peace in this world. Any form of class distinction, and that actually includes nationalism.
Yeah.
And
horizontal society.
Fundamentally wrong. Eh?
What was that? Say it again.
I said I said horizontal society. There's it's a book. I would say it's like the greatest like explanation of the Torah or Jewish faith written in the past like 800 years. There's ones I think are better, but they're really old. But this is like the best one. It was written like the 80s or something by a man named Rabbi Faor, and the book's called Horizontal Society, and he's giving you the concept that that's basically the Torah system, is there is no hierarchy.
Yes.
Torah preaches a horizontal aspect, obviously in the relation to God and morality, but that's what horizontal society is like my go-to phrase. Like, that's the kind of society.
Yeah.
Not top-down.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. That's the way the world needs to be, and then from that we elect wise leaders, similar to what the Torah recommends, and that council is held to account for that standard that the text prescribes. So at the moment, we have politicians that take bribery and get up to all sorts of selfish shenanigans.
That means it's up to us. It's up to I don't want to say it like this, but it's up to the little man. It doesn't matter what they tell you or what's fashionable. Do what's right anyway.
Yeah.
And promote it.
It's like what you were saying before, right? You are holding that other individual. There were situations, you said, where you had to hold another individual to account. Well, that's the same with politicians. It's our job to hold our politicians to account. But one of the things that came out of the Pharisee tradition was this concept of secrecy being valid. Well, it's not. Secrecy is an enemy to the horizontal society. It should be open and transparent and honest.
That's a great term. The horizontal society. That's what Torah always seemed so easy for me as well. At least there's a lexicon. At least there's something to go to that physical, that I can play with. I don't want to play with, but I could explore. I could question. At least there's something else there that reminds us in liberty that there's something greater above us that we should submit, maybe ourselves to. Maybe it's our own humility. Maybe it's it's ourselves that we must forgive, or bow to, if you will, not ourselves. I'm talking.
Yeah, well, the way the Gnostic Jesus puts it this way: when you see one not born of woman, that's who you worship, basically, and he's talking about the living Father concept.
I like that, living. You forget that. There's so much death in.
There's no concept of death actually in Gnostic Jesus text, because, in fact, the first opening gives us the clue to that. The first line, first saying says, "And he said, whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death." So what he's saying is that if you get the meaning of what Jesus is talking about, and this is Jesus the Essene Jew, not the Christian one. What he's saying, the guy that followed the Nazarite tradition, what he's saying is that he's saying that Oh, hang on, what was it again? I bloody lost my train of thought then. Maybe I'm being cautioned. What he's saying there is, firstly, he's saying you've got to actually work out, he's saying they're cryptic, but I think they were cryptic for a reason. I think it was the sign of the times. You know, we get things like from the Dead Sea Scrolls, there was the coding of some of the lead players, the wicked priest and the righteous teacher and the liar. So they seem to be sort of like a bit, you know, running a bit of a code. But anyway, what he's saying is, once you understand the sayings, you'll lose the taste of death, and that's something that Plato observed in the wise philosophers. So the enlightened ones of his era, is that they didn't fear death, and that's not necessarily that obscure a thing. There are, if you find a person that you judge to be courageous, you know, honestly, courageous, temperate, just, and wise, go and ask them, and they'll answer quite candid. Ask them if they're afraid of death, and they'll answer quite candidly no, that they're not, and that's true. Well, it's certainly true. You are. I'm pretty convinced it's true anyway.
We missed Wolf. Wolf King came in and left, and I did not greet him. So Wolf, if you're watching, apologies. Thanks for stopping in.
Come back, Wolf.
Is it possible, do you think, scientifically speaking, that if we were to find out in an answer to origins, I'm speaking in biology, that if we were ever to get insight into origins, I know the theory of evolution does not cover origins, but if in the study of origins that we were to find out that it was a deliberate process, would that change the data that we have already? Is there an out for that in the data? Possibly.
No, it won't be any change.
Corn 32, welcome to the room. This is the Nut Hutch. I am James the IdolSmasher, co-hosting this with the one and only, the incomparable Reuven Goldstein.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome aboard, amigo.
How are you guys tonight?
Great.
Good.
Love and life, man. I really look forward to this little weekly hangout we do every week. I really do. I don't get on here enough, and it's a beautiful thing. So thanks for gracing us with your presence.
Yeah, it's really fun. I enjoy it too.
Yeah. So, Idol. The IdolSmasher.
Yeah. The question, real quick, I guess, since the Blinkhorn just got here, is there any out in? I know I don't really like theory at all, unless I really have to go there. I prefer to look at data and come up with my own damn theory. Is there anything in the data that would change? Because I know the theory of evolution does not cover origins. I understand this. I accept this. I'm not as much an abiogenesis guy, but is there any room? Now, there is room, obviously. Let's say that we get a clue into origins, a peek that there is an intelligent causation to the first cell or whatnot, or to if there's any, would the data change in the theory we have now? And with all the data that we have now, would that change our understanding of an evolving life force in the physical?
Yeah, I don't see how the data would change. Generally, data doesn't change, regardless of the theory.
And time doesn't go backwards.
James, are you saying that if we were to find some kind of knockdown, like evidence of an intelligent intervention in abiogenesis, in that case, would it change? Is that what you're asking?
No, I don't even like the word abiogenesis. Would it really change the theory of evolution that much if we found out that life on Earth was is an ongoing, right now, deliberate process, that intelligence, for instance, us, was an inevitability?
I think it would change the theory, because the theory is that life evolves in large part through natural selection, and to say that there's some intelligent force guiding that would undercut that theory of natural selection.
But it wouldn't change the data, would it?
Wouldn't change the data. The
Okay.
data doesn't change.
Yeah.
But we're talking about new data, potentially, right?
Into origins, not the fact that life can adapt, that life can survive by...
Sorry. Sorry, I stepped away. What's going on?
What was your question, sir? And I can answer that, or I replied to it. What did you just say, man? I don't even know
I was just asking. I stepped away, so I was asking what's
right.
what we're talking about.
Right before you got me going.
Oh, sorry.
Now, Idol, you were talking about the data or something, weren't you?
Yeah.
Nothing changes. Nothing. Well,
it wouldn't seem. It wouldn't. I don't see the data being contradicted. I don't see even really a lot of parts of the theory contradicted if we were to see the evolutionary process as something deliberate.
I don't think, if you're just talking about origins, I don't think that it would necessarily change the theory of evolution, because you could say, like, let's say we found evidence that some intelligent force had a hand in the creation of the first living thing.
So, yeah.
Yeah, if that's all they did, and from then on it was set up initially to go on automatically after that point,
right,
then it wouldn't change the theory of evolution, because it would still go on through the current processes we've already identified.
See, yeah, exactly. I don't see the contradiction myself.
Yeah, but if this intelligent creator not only created the first living thing, but also had a hand throughout the history of life developing on Earth, like say tweaked the genome of an organism here and there to make it adapt better or whatever, then we might not have evidence for that because it might be hard to identify. But if we had it, I think that we'd have to make room for that in the theory if we had evidence for it.
What's the question?
Hello, Cerberus.
Oh, hey. Did
you just ask that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The question was, would the data change necessarily? In other words, I understand evolution does not cover origins. Fine. The oldest living organisms we know of on the planet right now are single-cell organisms. So, would evolution need to change if we discovered in the subject of origins alone that it was a deliberate process?
The IdolSmasher, no. Something else that is being conflated is theory versus data.
Yeah.
So the theory changes, but not the data. Data doesn't change regardless of the theory that explains the data.
You're right.
Yeah. The theory wouldn't change either.
The theory would change if we're talking about an ongoing process of an intelligent being guiding the development of life.
But we're not. We're just talking about him starting it.
Well,
nobody said anything about ongoing. Just a trigger.
Right. So if it's all about the life starting, then the theory doesn't change, and the data doesn't change either. If it's about an intelligent being guiding the process of life throughout evolutionary history, then the theory changes, but the data still does not change.
It would really surprise me, because I can't see it, and I've been looking at this, and I've been confronted with science and some of the more intelligent atheists for years now on the subject, and I've had to go in and look, and I really can't see any evidence that would deny or that would cut out the notion that intelligence was an eventuality of this process. that in the end, that intelligence was inevitable. That there was a direction for it. That eventually there would be an extrapolation that would eventually lead to intelligence.
Yeah, and I think that's the idea of Alfred Russel Wallace. That's human beings are the culmination of evolution.
I think we're de-evolution. We're obviously
devolution. I prefer Darwin's theory that it really is just a natural outcome of runaway sexual selection.
Wow. See, IdolSmasher, you can go one step farther. And if you wanted to say a creator was making all these little decisions, it wouldn't change the theory. The theory wouldn't no longer be about natural selection. It would be predicting the behavior of the creator.
But we can see natural selection. We can not. I don't like that word because the natural selection is an intelligent process. Blah, blah, blah. We can manipulate life in a lab, and life will adapt one way or another, and it will survive, or under a lot of conditions. I'm not saying all. I understand that screw the fruit fly too much, it won't be a fruit fly. It won't survive. But we've seen that we can influence nature. Nature does adapt itself. I can't find the article, and I've looked, and if anybody knows it, please email me or give a comment in this, and I will go to it, where they took a certain kind of lizard, put him on Madagascar, and he grew another organ.
You're talking about the lizards of Pod Makaru, probably.
There's the man, right there. I'll look that up. If you can provide a link, that'd be better.
Yeah, they accidentally... they were witnessed floating to an island that didn't have any lizards populating it on like a raft of debris, wood debris after a storm. And the parent population was compared to the immigrants after, I think, like 20 or 30 or 50 years, something like that. And there was significant differences between them, even though the immigrants obviously descended, quote unquote, from the parent population on the other island. Like their diets changed a lot.
But they actually literally grew. They developed over a couple of generations the need to grow like another spleen or.
Yeah, their cecum like redeveloped, which is part of their.
So we know that life can adapt. That's obvious. We can't deny that fact. So I don't know if even natural selection would be nixed from theory. I mean, really? No. Well, I never saw the contradiction. Never have I seen the contradiction. I only see a contradiction in politics, in the way we talk about it to each other, because the data doesn't seem to contradict an intelligent causation.
Well, the data does not contradict aliens making.
I think the issue is that it doesn't even relate into the topic. You know what I mean? Like the topic of evolutionary biology, regardless if there is a creator or not, does not change anything about it. It changes the people who believe that evolutionary biology is the fundamental building blocks of life. It changes maybe their personal beliefs, but it won't change anything about the system. It just means, oh, that's how it started, instead of that's how life on Earth started.
Anyway,
from a creator. That's the only question it answers.
How far back can we go? What's the best science can do in terms of its starting point without going that one step further to explain the actual starting point? So here's what there's a reason I'm asking this, and I'll try and frame it specific and see if any of you guys can point me in the right direction. But there's that known phenomenon called sonoluminescence, which involves most of our primary elements, and basically it's where sound creates light rather. Is that spark of light enough to start life on Earth? You know what I'm saying?
I don't see that they're related, because you need some chemical. You need some kind of chemical process that can self-replicate.
What if water's in existence? Because water has to be in existence for this phenomenon. So you've got hydrogen, you've got oxygen, you've got water. They're in existence.
Methane.
Can we do something by creating a spark of light to start a process or not?
I just think that the chemistry of life, some replicator, something that can replicate itself, the chemistry is so much more complex than just sonoluminescence.
There's
no, don't make the connection yet. Just explore the idea of what's that earliest theory on the first life form?
Something that can replicate itself, copy itself.
So what does that look? What does that look like in sciences?
A single-celled organism. According to the fossil record, it's all single-celled, and then boom, the Cambrian explosion. So life one begins immediately, and when it does, it's single-celled for 300,000 years or something like that. So the oldest living life forms, or the oldest life forms that we know of, that the science has shown us, are all single-cell. So think of bacteria. I think that's a good example.
Yeah. Although that's the earliest we know of, but
welcome back. I didn't say hello to you when you were here before. Glad to see you back in here, Wolf King. Thanks for joining. Please go ahead.
I was going to say that's the earliest thing we have evidence for, the single-cell organisms, but it would have to be something way simpler than a cell that was the beginning. Like, there's just too much complexity, even in a single cell, for it to have started, boom, as that. It would have to have been some kind of, I don't know, something like maybe similar to RNA, something with enzymatic action.
My thinking is that it has to be a molecule that's number one simple, that number one replicates, and number two replicates, number three mutates.
Yeah.
And if you have those three things, then that's
life,
enough to start the process of evolution by natural selection. Simplicity, replication, and mutation.
Could you just repeat that again, Abel? What were those three?
Number one, simplicity. Number two, replication. Number three, mutation. And that's enough to start the process of evolution by natural selection.
And another important thing is the replication has to be accurate enough so that mutations that help the replicability can be passed on reliably enough so that they can accumulate in a population of replicators. For example, if it's copying, if the mutation rate is so extraordinarily high that it can't reliably pass on beneficial mutations, then you can't really have selection happening.
At some point during the process, I would expect you'd have to have some kind of consistency. But I'm not sure that's what's required in the very beginning. It doesn't have to be a consistent mutation.
We are learning beginnings, aren't we? We're getting there. Path of Abraham, sir. Please ask your question.
No, I don't want to end this conversation. It's a good conversation.
We're not ending it. We're not ending it. This is for all the folks who just joined in. We've got a full house. Bless y'all. Thanks for coming in. We're studying tonight the Parsha Pinchas. I know a few of you have missed out on part of it. That was it's the weekly Parsha. You could Google weekly Parsha. Anyway, that's letting you know where we are, where we've been tonight. It is an open conversation. I'm glad everybody is here. Path of Abraham, you have a question in the chat area, and I would like to hear that question. Pretty please, sir.
Yeah, I mainly this is posited towards Noachide and actually Rob. I want everybody's take on this. Have anybody heard of the 42 negative confessions of Ma'at?
No.
The 42 negative confessions
of Ma'at. M-A-A-T. So this is like, I guess you could say like a moral code or text from ancient Kemet, from ancient Egypt, and I wanted to see what people's individual takes were. So it's 42 statements that governed not everybody's life, but at least many people's. So I wanted specifically Rob, Reuven, yours, J-Dubs, etc. See what your take is on it.
There is a link in the chat. You can go to.
I could here. Let me share my screen actually. Can I do that?
All right.
So people can see it. 1 second.
Carte blanche, as far as I'm concerned, sir.
First, my computer's going slow.
That's a French word for you can do what you want.
What's the dating of this? Do we know a approximate date of the origination of this, or?
The oldest one they found, yeah, but I don't have it on top. You could let me just find it, because it was found inscribed, right? Like anything else, it was actually inscribed in a tomb.
Oh, okay.
A sarcophagus. So they found a lining.
Find a Wikipedia article for it.
So I wanted people's takes on it because it's like one of the oldest known documented moral codes, and see if anybody has issues with some of it or not. I'm trying to share my screen, but my computer's working too slow.
I mean, I don't see anything objectionable, if that's what you're asking.
And mainly because of the antiquity of it, you would think that, because this is more playing into Rob's hands about how morality is innate into people. So if we're looking at one of the most ancient forms of a moral doctrine that we have, or moral precepts, is there something you think are innately archaic in them? Besides maybe some of the more mystical, spooky bits, but
them Egyptians were all right. They were good for a while, weren't they?
They had their moments, I suppose. Everybody does.
Ma'at, huh?
Check this out. This is just a related link, but it goes into the 42 things, and then an alternate translation below.
My computer's frozen.
I can hear you.
That's good. I think it's just my browser.
Yeah, I've never heard of this thing, but I don't see anything.
Yeah,
seems pretty wise to me.
Agreed.
Oh, thanks, Reuven. Reuven posted the wiki page. Thanks.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good.
And the dates. There you go.
Wow, that's very old.
Yeah, so what I think is it just echoes the same story, because it's really about respectfulness in essence. And
right. It's like the golden rule, right?
Yeah, but there is one there I'm interested in. So I have not felt sorrow without reason.
Which one is that?
14.
Oh.
I take sorrow to be something that's not conjured up. It just comes forth.
I think maybe it might be talking about depression. You know what I mean? Like there's like being sad for external reasons versus feeling bad for yourself. I don't know. I can't on it, but
yeah, okay, I accept that.
You're saying that's number 14?
Yes, well, on my list it is. It says, I have not felt sorrow without reason.
Oh, weird. Because the one that Abraham posted, it's saying, I can be trusted, and then the one on Wikipedia says, I have not attacked any man.
Well, the one I'm looking at is mattlawsblog.com.au.
Could you post it? I just want to see that if I want to compare a bunch of them just to see.
I think it is posted, isn't it?
Yeah, Reuven popped that one up, mate. It's on the list.
Ma'at okay, or Ma'at laws, okay.
David, bless him.
Yeah, weird. There's some big differences between the translations. It looks like.
You get that though.
Well,
I mean,
I'm thinking they're not translations. They're variations of the same list of 42. Well, they're not the same. They evolved.
One's positive, one seems to be of a prohibitionary theme. Whereas the post that Avraham posted, it's very positive. It's the tails to the heads, if you will, or the heads to the tails. Everyone see it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's a negative. This is a negative set on Wikipedia. 42 negative confessions. I have not committed sin. I have not committed robbery with violence. I have not stolen, etc., etc., etc. So maybe there are two lists?
Or it's the same list told in...
Yeah, maybe.
In the Noachide code, it's so flippin' subtle. I don't even think it's intentional. Maybe it is. But when you learn it, you learn of the law, and you see the law as neutral. From the law of idolatry, it's just idolatry. It's one letter, it's one word, idolatry. It's the subject of it itself, not the negative or the prohibitionary necessarily, or which it is a negative commandment not to commit idolatry, or the positive of believing in one God. But when you look at it, it's a matter of neutrality. The way it's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, when the 10 came out of Sinai to the Israelite, it came out in the form of singular laws, or it's stated as such. I could be wrong. Israelites, please correct me if I am. I don't know. But I think that's interesting that we see a positive set of the same thing spoken in the negative. And I don't see negative as a bad thing. I just see it as we need negative current to make positive work.
Yeah, it's like a list of prohibitions and a list of... yeah.
affirmations or something. Yeah, although this list here on Wikipedia has got some, things associated with gods which I don't find any. So I guess that's about respecting the religion, the code, if you like. So then, because they have no real function other than. So it says, "I have not stolen the bread of the gods."
Yeah, I saw that one.
So unless there was a correct use of that in that community, so the bread was stored in the god's house, and it was kept there because to keep the thieves at bay or something. It just doesn't have a spiritual ring about it. It's more of a religious doctrine or a political doctrine.
I like 28. That's my favorite. An Egyptian saying not to take God's name in vain. they worship animals, for Pete's sakes. Don't give me that. Come on. This notion here, this translation showing how they correlate to the 10 Commandments of Moses, and I'm like, oh yeah, the Egyptians and taking God's name in vain. Yeah, I just don't see it.
Yeah, but a different God.
Okay.
No, the God's health common.
The commandments come from is a little. That's stretching it. That's stretching it, in my opinion. I think for it to be, that statement might not be. And even in the, I praise the goodness and the God in the 42 ideals of Ma'at. It says, I praise the goodness and the God. I think that's how they phrase Joseph, if I'm not mistaken. The God speaks. They don't actually refer to him by name.
See, from a Gnostic point of view, what Jesus would say is, like the list is about identifying something within yourself, and you should get to a point ultimately where the list is no longer required. So, I just worry about things that start to waver away from that idea about this self-awareness, because then you have the potential for abuse. You get a bad priest or something and he'll say, oh no, he'll spin the interpretation, whereas if you're always encouraged to check in with your own interpretation, that's pretty important, I think. It's getting in touch with the reality, making it real.
You know, that's interesting. Something I heard last week is that the first they say, I don't have anything. I don't have a hey. You can look it up if you want to. It's the Hebrew letter hey. You can spell it Hay, Hey. It's going to give you the same thing. I'm going to give it to you as long as this comes out right on screen. It's this shape right here. It's got a line up top, a line that comes down, and then there's a little line here at the bottom, but it kind of sits. It doesn't actually reach the top.
Yeah.
And that's said to be the actual letter, the first letter, or the letter that inspired what we might call the Big Bang, or the creation of everything. Was the proper pronunciation of that letter. And it says that thought and speech are one, but action is separate from the two, and that is one of the main struggles of this world that we live in, is to bring our action at one with our speech and our thought, because we can speak and think as one, but there's a bit left out for us.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word is God.
Yeah, that contradicts that kind of goes.
No. What it's saying is that the Word must be God. So, you know, that's harmonizing. That's another way of looking at it, right? I was looking at it from a physical point of view of the sound being the precursor event.
Yes.
But, yes. Sound comes first, right?
And everything in the universe has a vibration, which is
in the sonoluminescence phenomenon, which is a real world event, sound comes first, and then it generates the light. The light is the outcome of the sound.
You get the waters in heaven, and then God speaks, and there's light. Now, if you take an air bubble in water and direct a sound beam at it, it produces light. Nobody knows why, but it's a fact of flipping nature.
Yeah.
Kind of spooky how it kind of goes in Torah. It's, you know, the waters of, but in the Kabbalistic sense, you actually remove something from the whole in order from the mirror of existence, basically, to be conceived, and and speaks, utters existence into reality, and
we have a phenomenon called Schumann's resonance, which is a frequency that permeates at least the earthly atmosphere. So you have a frequency in place within the environment. So I don't know whether it's enough to create that event, but it's certainly there. But you know, I was reflecting on the idea that your words must be good or God. So maybe John's references to that as well. Maybe there's some sort of connection there. So, you know, you've got to have things in harmony. The inner inspiration has to be the word, so to speak, and the action too. Anyway, it's an interesting sort of idea. So the sort of connection, that's for sure.
So everyone agreed then, huh? It's silence.
What have you been up to, Doug?
Not much, just working.
Yeah. So, Doug, how is it that you know all this stuff? What's your age bracket? Are you 40 to 60?
I'm 30 years old.
30 years old, yeah. So what inspired the search?
Are you referring to anything in particular?
Well, no, you've got a very good broad knowledge of stuff, so you've obviously been inquiring, yes?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just read about stuff that interests me, basically. That's all I could say.
So it's just that simple then for you? You're just enjoying the process?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if a particular topic kind of catches my fancy, I tend to just read a lot about it.
Yeah, me personally, I hate reading.
Oh, I love it.
Real chore for me. So, yeah, and you said you're a postie or something?
Yeah, I'm a mail carrier. That's my job. Yep.
And you enjoy that work, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, there's days where it's kind of a drag if it's really busy. But overall, yeah, I would say that I enjoy it overall.
So, I guess for you, life's sorted, is it, do you think?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Is life sorted for you? Do you find that life's sorted? You know how you can, get the best out of life?
I don't feel like I do know that. I mean,
so does that come back to the question of search? Are you sort of looking for something at all, or is it just simply sort of getting back to that question of the research?
I wouldn't say I'm searching for anything particularly, no.
No? But you... not sure I quite get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking. I think we're not on the same page somehow.
Yeah, no. I just I thought. Well, that's why I asked the question. Are you sorted in your life? Like, is there anything that you're looking for personally? Because to me, to my thinking, right, when you work stuff out, and I said this before, the only reason I sort of go into these sort of forums is because I want to promote the book, and so I don't sort of feel that there's too many mysteries that I care about anymore, other than I'm pissed off with the way the world runs.
Mm-hmm.
And it just frustrates me that how stupid, it's just ridiculous, the things that are the cause of trouble, and we just do such a crappy job of dealing with it. And, well, to the point, in fact, we don't deal with it, and that frustrates me a little. But if I didn't have that sort of issue and I didn't want to push the book and have that conversation, I'd know what I'd want to do. Like I just want to engage the experience of life, and then one day I'd drop dead, and I'd be happy with that.
That's pretty much my outlook. I mean, I just try and enjoy, like you said, the experience of life as best as I can in a way that suits me.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's pretty much
it.
That
answers my question, really, because can I rephrase it? Is this a thing? Because you seem like well, you're certainly level-headed in your presentation. You don't get too excited by everything. I mean, I still get excited.
I can be a victim of that sometimes. I can get worked up.
Me too. I understand that.
Yeah.
I try not to. I don't like to, but sometimes my passions get the best of me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Of course I do.
Earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Google didn't work at my command when I wanted it to, and I got very frustrated.
I think there's a saying about that, doesn't it? Go something like, "Know that which you control, that which you can't, but more importantly, know the difference between the two." Something along those lines.
Know the things you have the power to change, or I forget how it goes.
That's the same.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's just sort of putting everything in its place and don't getting too frustrated by things that are beyond your control. Don't even buy into it, really.
It's God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
I remember Serenity Prayer, yes.
Yeah, that was from Reinhold Niebuhr.
Who's he?
He was, according to Wikipedia, an American theologian who lived in the, well, until 1971. He died in 1971.
I want to know more about deism. The more I think, the more I learn about these deist folk, the more I like them. Is John still awake? There's a new star in the deist community. Her name is Shana, and she just has a great way of seeing things. The more and it was brought up to me, you know, deist. Okay, there's no interaction personally with God, and that's the notion I get from it. But at the same time, deists don't worship idols. And that's a big plus for me, that they don't worship idols. That just seems to me like, ooh, you know, it's like the Mennonite. Okay, so I don't live a Mennonite life or an Amish life or a Quaker life, but I can aspire to that. That's something that's like, ooh, that just tickles me on the good side, you know.
Yeah,
by nature.
Isn't it more? I think one thing that we lack in our communities is this willingness to perhaps just say, "Hey, I like what you're doing, but I'm happy with what I'm doing." You know, that sort of thing. And
liberty.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, I still hold that there's still just the one true story, and they're all just telling it with different from a different perhaps perspective, and of course in that perspective you will get people that will misrepresent, and that has to be sort of challenged.
Bit of a fragmentation.
Hey?
A fragmentation.
Yeah. Because I know the Shanna you're talking about. I saw her do a show with another lady who was interviewing her, and she did a really good job. And I'd not listened to her before then because I'd actually ran across her and I had an argument with her about something, and I dug my heels in on my point, and she evicted me from the room, which happens. I can be a bit that way. But the one thing I did notice about her was that she hasn't sort of gone completely past the ego side. If you watch her carefully in her behaviours, you can still notice there's a bit of an ego, little bit of an ego at play. But her depiction of the story sounds very good, though. Give her credit for that.
Yeah, deism sounds. I'm not deist, but I something kind of groovy about it. It's, at least in the way that the deist approaches the subject.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice. I think it's for me. It's refreshing, to be honest with you. It's a refreshing notion to come across. I never put much thought into the philosophy of deism at all, but. Yeah, you don't find deists real big on the idolatry concept. And I think that's a big plus. It's something you don't get a lot of. I mean, people think that idolatry is all about religion, and I think idolatry is a much bigger concept of one of the, in my opinion, the weakest human condition is that of idolatry.
What's the ego? It's worshipping something other than the God or the good or whatever. And that's what Jesus was saying in that saying 15. He said, when you see one not born of woman, that's the one you worship, nothing else. And that's the great leveler, because what that does, it puts us all on that singular plane, right?
It also, the whole basis also kind of takes away from personal responsibility or accountability, I think.
Of idol worship?
Yeah.
Yeah, or the concept of idolatry.
Yeah, and that's not what it's about. You need to be personally accountable and responsible.
Even like we discussed earlier, nationalism it can be or is a form of idolatry. When you begin to worship the state, I always fear it when I hear some of these guys, in my country, they'll say, they want to bring America to the level of godhood, and I think that's a dangerous.
Well, it is, because what it does is it's opening up for abuse, right? If you get a bad leader, he'll use national pride to drive in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And people won't fall back on their own inner voice and make a conscience call when they're supposed to.
I heard a vet recently just go out of it. He just went off, and he was like, "I'm tired of being propped up like Jerry's kids." Talking about the American vet. It's like, how they will use how people, politicians, advertising companies, whoever, tend to use them as this image.
Yeah, well, to further their own nest. It's sort of like the first guy at the church at the altar getting the bread and wine is the car salesman. Trying to win brownie points, but
James, I like your broad definition of idolatry. I totally agree with what you said. That idolatry, and defined broadly, it's like it seems you are, is one of the worst traits of humanity.
Yeah, it seems to be. If you want an example, look at Nazi Germany. I mean, you can't look at all Nazis. I mean, Schindler was a Nazi. You can't look at all Germans. A lot of these little country-dwelling folk out in their little, with their sheep and their cows and their farm, they didn't know what was going on. When people were brought to the chambers for the first time, they said we've been betrayed. We did not know. I mean, there's so many Germans who came out and says we didn't know. This is how bad it was. But that pride, that nationalist, it can be abused, I think.
And that's the problem. I mean, you could look at that. That problem occurs with the bloody monetary policy, the reserve banking sort of model, because it takes the power away from the people, and then it gets abused.
The thing about idolatry is all the people are concentrating on the idol and not the hellraiser who's erecting it. I mean,
they're allowing it to be the god, it to make the call, or it to make the shots that everyone follows behind in formation, rather than you can lose the voice of reason in that sort of scenario. I suppose it gathers the mob as well too. The mob could circle around an idol, or a flag, or a theme, or a whatever. Whereas there should be conscience votes.
When I see Americans all decked out in football schmear with their makeup and their get-ups and all that, and they're this passion for football. They care that much about politics, or the world around them, that we just might have a revolution that works. I'm going to have to get off of here in a little bit.
Very good. Well, that was a good session, mate. Enjoyed it.
Me too. Thank you all.
Yeah, that was good times.
Thank you very much. It's an honor. Next Thursday is the plan, so if you're out and about or on cyberspace, stop by. Definitely. Reuven, in particular, thank you for and John as well a bit for persevering and keeping the faith when I was going off on Google. But thanks y'all. Shalom, peace. Be good.
Good night. Good
See
day.
you, James.
Be well.
Hey, Rob, I got a question for you.
Yeah, mate.
Would you say those people hiding behind those nationalistic ideals, would they be acting like a herd animal?
No, because it's innate. The condition and the form of that innate characteristic, if you like, is its own essence. And so when you bring the nationalistic flavour, it has to be authentic, right, to the god or the innate herd or whatever you want to call it. It has to echo it authentically, right? So you can't confound the two ideas.
What do you call define authentic for me, Rob?
Yeah. So it's being true to the good wolf, and the good wolf is love thy neighbour, meditation. It's evidenced in characteristics, the virtuous characteristics. It's also evidenced in that lack of a fear of death. Those sort of qualities. They're the form that it has. So that has to be evident in the nationalistic for it to be authentic. It's authentic selflessness. So it's about, because see, the other aspect of it too is that your mind doesn't, well, I mean, mine's flighty at the minute because of all of this stuff I'm trying to do, but the mind should be still and calm and restful, and you should be living a peaceful life, just doing what you want to do and just experiencing life and caring for the people around you, that sort of simple life.
But now, still having the nationality be wrong, being the bad wolf, maybe they just don't know it?
Say that again, I missed the first part of that, I think.
Is it possible, do you think, that people could be selfless, but yet still be tricked into doing the bad wolf? Like the nationalism is the bad wolf, they just think it's the good wolf.
Yes, but that person would be immature, So there's many of us that are, immature. But there's a lot of people that do good things, but they still haven't got to that level of understanding of how things really work. So immaturity's still there, and belonging to the herd is a very strong instinct. An example would be that you'll get an injustice occur, but because the person doesn't want to bring any attention or harm to themselves or go against what might seem to be the majority, they won't stand up against that injustice.
But what if you thought what was going on was good? And that's why you were doing it.
And if you did it, then you'd be basing it on your ego mind. So that can happen. I mean, it's absolutely true to say. See, there's people that that study, I dropped it up on the side there, didn't I? Yeah, there. It's up the links there. I think. Where is it? There it is. I'll bring it down closer. But this particular study shows that we'll play the advantage and then we'll justify it to ourselves as being a good thing, but from a pure point of view, it's being selfish. So, right? But if you ask that person, they'll tell you, no, I've done what, and they'll be very inventive in giving you reasons why they've done well. But what they've done is potentially been feeding the wrong wolf.
So you can't be good on your own, is what you're saying.
Well, the thing that you're talking about, yes, you can, because it's in us all. It's a matter of choice. So
it is possible.
What's that?
So it is possible to think something's good and then do it.
As long as you understand yourself, so that's that know thyself authentically. So you understand these two primitive forces or instincts within you, and you know that right? You've come to know how to identify them, and you know that this action, and then there's another guide too, that you're not harming anyone, because that's part of it. Then you can know that you're doing good. Yes, absolutely. And not only that, if you were to ask another person, so long as they're not lying, right, they'll validate that you are doing good, because they'll know. That's that phenomenon where, you know, you'll notice in people say, oh, here comes Jim, he's a good bloke. Or here comes Fred, he's a good bloke, right? So people can assess goodness. Doesn't mean that they can necessarily stick to it, but they can certainly assess it.
So you can't hurt anyone at all. Like, there wouldn't be a reason or an excuse ever.
Oh, you could probably be creative, but the ideal, right, the best choice is not to harm another person. That's just the best choice. And that gives you a lot of joy and good feedback in life. It makes your life a rich experience. It puts your mind at rest, and you tend to find that you'll be into the experience of life, you know. I think, anyway. You're inspired to go in that direction anyway.
I'm going to give you a tough hypothetical.
Yeah, sure. But remember, I can be critical of hypotheticals because they may have no basis in reality.
Well, they may, but I've seen this hypothetical on the news before.
A may turns into a belief or something that is non-experiential, and then I'll be critical of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you were in a situation, let's say you had the ability, let's say you had a gun maybe, or something else like it, and there was a guy about ready to kill, I don't know, let's just say 10 people. Would it be good to kill that guy?
I would kill him. I would kill him.
So you could hurt people.
Huh?
So you could hurt people and it would be good.
I would kill him because he's made the decision, right? He's feeding his own bad wolf. He's made his choice, made his bed, if you like. My choice would be, in the circumstances, what am I going to do? Do I protect those people because I'm armed and can do that, or do I do nothing? Well, justice would tell me that I've got to do something, so I would actually shoot him.
Okay, now... Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have more?
No, I just said I don't think I'd think twice about it. I'd probably react and shoot him. But I'd try and shoot him in the leg if I could, if I was smart enough, but I honestly couldn't answer whether I'd be that intelligent at that point in time or that, you know. See, this is hypothetical.
Yeah. But now imagine, I mean, you thought that was good, so you did it. And, I mean, you would be good because you thought it was good, right?
Yeah.
Now, imagine maybe that guy wasn't the bad guy. Maybe he was stopping a group of 10 terrorists from killing a bunch of people. And now you shot him. I mean, you believed it was good, what you were doing.
Yeah.
I mean, does that be possible?
I'm going to have to front up to court and just play it out. I mean, I'd have no other options. I had to act on what I thought was correct.
But see, I was right. You could believe your nationality or your nationalism is right, and it'd still be wrong, and you would still be good.
No, I don't look at nationalism as a correct thing. I find it fundamentally flawed because it puts in a classification. I think any form of classification over the human being, right, is wrong. It's just inherently going down the wrong track. We should be really one herd. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because, you know, I think innately we're all born equal, at least with equal potential. And so it's important that we look at each other in that way.
So you would like a world-size nationalism?
No, just one world, because that's all it is. It's just one planet. It isn't anything else. But I'm just saying that it makes more sense that we don't have borders and boundaries, and there's probably be economic efficiencies in it if we actually considered it carefully, whether it's feasible to pull it off, but it just makes more sense in terms of the good wolf and bad wolf. And it's just the way it is. I mean, the thing is, no one can give you a valid reason why they're any better than you are. It'll only be a very subjective, biased reason, but in reality, in terms of worth to the life experience, we're all equal. We should treat each other that way. Just makes simple sense, really.
Can I, I'm just curious, Rob, I don't want to interrupt your line of questioning, Cerberus, but when you're done, I wanted to run a couple of the classic moral dilemmas by Rob, just to see where he comes down on. There's no right or wrong answer, it's just, I'm just curious to see.
I'll just say what comes to mind, mate.
Yeah, that's the whole point of them, yep.
Yeah, get it.
But I don't want to interrupt Cerberus, I'm just...
Oh no, I'm done. I randomly question Rob whenever I see him in a hangout.
Oh, okay. Well, any of you guys, if you've heard it,
I like it.
if you've heard these, and some of you may have, feel free to answer anyway, but if you haven't, definitely try and think about it. The first one is, well, it's a multiple part one, but it's called the trolley problem. Has anyone heard of it?
No.
Okay, so there's a train, like a trolley, on a track, going down a track. You're standing at a switch, which can either allow the train to continue on its current path, or if you throw the switch, it will divert. Now, if the train continues on its current path,
call that path A.
Yeah, path A. There's a group of people, say, touring the track. Just say there's people in the way of the track somehow, and they won't see the train, so they'll die if you don't throw the switch. Say 10 of them, okay? And on the other track, it's being worked on by one single worker, and he won't see the train either. So if you throw the switch, it will divert the train to kill the one guy. But if you don't do anything, it will kill the 10 people on track A. So anyone can answer this. What would you do in that case if you were at that switch? Would you throw the switch and divert it, or would you let it continue on?
Minimize casualties.
So you would throw the switch?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else care to offer up an answer? There's no right or wrong answer. It's just a...
So can the group not hear me? If I yell at you?
Yeah, basically, whatever scenarios you have to imagine to where you can't change the outcome. Like, you're stuck with this outcome. So imagine some scenario where...
Are you going to play an active role and an inactive role?
Right. So either way, no matter what, either the train's going to hit the group of 10 people, the path that it's currently on, or you can intervene and throw a switch, and it will divert and kill one person working on the track B, like a maintenance guy. So that's the scenario.
I would throw the switch, but not because...
I don't want to do the work. I'm not going to be at the... I don't want that job. You can stick that job.
Reuven says, I would not commit murder to save a life, so I'd refuse. I'm a predeterminist, however, so I'd impose my bias on the situation.
So Reuven, I'm assuming, would not throw the switch. He would not want to intervene in the situation. Or is that wrong? No intervention. Yeah, okay. Abraham, you said you would divert the train. Is that right?
Yeah,
and
because
Rob...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, from the exact same point of view of Reuven, I wouldn't want to commit murder, and I would say my inaction is the exact same thing as his action. My action is the exact same thing as his inaction.
Okay. Now, Rob, what about you? You wouldn't want to intervene either?
I wouldn't like the choice.
Yeah, it's meant to be a hard choice. These are meant to be morally challenging. That's the whole point of the exercise.
but I'd be comfortable with whatever I chose to do. I could live with myself quite easily. I guess what I'd probably do is I'd save the majority.
So you would divert the track.
Well, I can't see any other options.
Yeah.
Unless yeah, and I suppose then you could say, well, no, jumping in front of the train won't bloody help it either.
Yeah, there's no other alternatives. Like you're kind of the whole point of the scenario is you're stuck with these two choices. I also would throw the switch. Like I have no problem intervening. I would take a utilitarian stance on it and throw the switch. So even though I know I would be, I myself would be committing the one guy to die, I think that the choice of doing nothing is also an action in a sense.
Yeah, and
so because you have the power to not do it. That's just
you're allowing it. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand Reuben's train of thought.
I was just going to say though, and I understand the guilt complex. So I understand what that is, and so because I understand it, I wouldn't fall foul to that either. I would stand in front of everyone and say comfortably, that was the only option I had. That was the choice I make. I live with that choice.
Yeah, I would make the same choice as you. So now there's a second part to the problem. The second one is, so Rob, you would throw the switch. I would throw the switch. Abraham and Reuben would not throw the switch.
I would throw the switch.
Oh, you would. Okay. And so just Reuben wouldn't. And then Cerberus, did you say you would throw it?
Yeah, I would throw it because the guy accepted the danger of his job when he took it.
Okay. So the second part is, now this obviously won't apply to Reuben, but it may possibly affect you guys. The second part, it's a separate scenario but the same type of thing. So now you have the train on one single track. There's no diverting it, but you're standing, and there's the same 10 people doing whatever at the other end of the track. The train will kill them if you don't do anything, but you're on a bridge, an overpass in between the train and the people, and there's a really fat guy next to you on the bridge. Okay? Now, if you throw the fat guy off the bridge into the track, he's fat enough that he'll stop the train, okay, and save the 10 people. But if you don't throw the fat guy, the train will continue on and all the 10 people will die. So now in this scenario, what would you guys choose to do?
I would have to let the train go through, I'm afraid. I couldn't kill the other two.
Okay. Anyone else want to answer?
What kind of train is it?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not...
Oh, no, it does. Is it a passenger train?
No one on the train would be harmed. Just the 10 people would die.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's the
fat
scenario.
guy dies.
You would toss the fat man?
Yep.
Okay.
I wouldn't toss the fat man. And I couldn't do it, right, because I have to be fat. I understand the predicament. Yeah, I wouldn't toss him.
Okay. Now, you guys who changed your answer, I also wouldn't toss him. Now,
I don't think I changed my answer though because it's different. Either way,
that's what I want to ask. How is it different? How is throwing the switch different from tossing the fat guy? What specifically is different about it?
Well, and for me, I still answered the same way. But for me, initially, I killed the single guy because he accepted the danger of his job. The second time is I was just trying to save more people.
Yeah, so you said you would throw the fat man, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So no, most people don't say that, but they sometimes have a difficult time identifying the specific reason why they would throw the switch in the first case, but they refuse to toss the fat man in the second case. So for the people that changed their answer,
I just don't like. Okay, for me the first question, it was very clear cut. I know for sure that if I throw the switch, I'm saving 10 people. But I don't know. I think realistically, if I wouldn't push him because there's a case of doubt that it just wouldn't work, and just now I have 11 people dead.
Yeah, well, for me,
you wouldn't have 11 people dead. You'd have the 10 people dead, or the fat guy dead. It's the same. It's the same choice.
No,
as
I'm saying
far as outcome of lives saved.
Okay. So like, as far as the scenario goes, I would push him, but in real life, I probably wouldn't. But in real life, I would throw the switch.
Okay.
It wouldn't make.
Could you tell me why you would have a problem? Why would you not throw the fat man, but would throw the switch?
Why wouldn't I in real life? Because I don't. I couldn't know for sure. But in this situation, I switch my answers and I would push him.
Okay, let's say you. Okay, so in the situation though, if you knew for sure that he would stop it, you would do it.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay.
Nah.
Ideally, I'd do it myself, not push him. But I'm not fat, obviously.
Yeah. See, I don't think I would, but I cannot explain why. Because from a purely utilitarian perspective, it's pretty much the same scenario.
No,
Kill one.
The person, no, and you're actually hands-on throwing him to the wolves, so to speak.
But aren't you doing that by throwing the switch with the worker also?
Well, but you've got an option between two outcomes that are inevitable, and
right.
And it's just a switch that's sort of determining which outcome occurs. Whereas with the guy on the bridge, it's not a switch; it's a human being, and then you're actually throwing him physically. I mean, if you don't act, he doesn't die.
But how is that? I mean, think about it. Think about it. I understand what you're saying. It's more up close and personal for sure. But is it really that much different from throwing the switch?
Yes, it is, because of that.
See, I don't see him that much different, but I agree with you. I wouldn't throw the fat man, but I can't tell you why.
One second, Rob.
Thou shalt not kill, you know. My hands
single
will
guy
not
dying is not inevitable. You have to throw the switch in order for him to die.
My mentality is just to limit casualties. So.
Yeah, but see, I can't. I see what you're saying. You have a consistent answer. You would throw the switch and you'd throw the fat man, because in both cases you'd save 10 lives and sacrifice 1.
The only reason why I hesitate with the fat. The only reason I hesitate with fat man because my idea is like it's an unnecessary risk. But like in this scenario, I understand now. Like I had to like think about it, but yeah, for sure. If I know for sure that he'll stop it, yeah, I'm pushing the guy.
Okay, so.
You're good.
Okay, so I would not push him. Rob would not push him. Cerberus, I didn't. What would you say you would do?
I would push him.
Okay, so Cerberus and Abraham would push him. So this final scenario is mainly for you two. Rob and I probably won't change our answers on it. Let's say you're in a hospital waiting room. Well, I'll just read it word for word because it's on here. A brilliant transplant surgeon has 5 patients, each in need of a different organ, each of whom will die without that organ. Unfortunately, there are no organs available to perform any of these 5 transplant operations. A healthy young traveler just passing through the city the doctor works in comes in for a routine checkup. In the course of doing the checkup, the doctor discovers that his organs are compatible with all 5 of his dying patients. Suppose further that if the young man were to disappear, no one would suspect the doctor. So, in this case, would you say it's okay to sacrifice the one man who just walked in and give his organs to the 5 people who are going to die unless they get him?
No.
Okay. And let's say it's 10 people and 10 organs,
no,
so it's a similar situation as the trolley. Now,
doesn't matter.
Cerberus, what do you say?
I would like to think that I could be. I've been trained to be calm and make the best decision for the most people, but I probably wouldn't kill the guy.
Okay. Now, for both of you, can you articulate exactly why, in the case of the fat man, you'd be willing to... He's an innocent bystander, totally uninvolved in the situation, just a witness like you are. Why would you be willing to sacrifice him in the trolley case, but not be willing to sacrifice the healthy guy for his organs in the operating room case?
Okay, so for the fat man, he doesn't see it coming. But the guy walking in, he's walking in expecting help, and he's going to receive death. I think that's just unethical, if I could use that term in this situation. But it's like the Hippocratic Oath kind of idea. Like, it doesn't make sense. Somebody needs help, they need help, so you give them help.
Okay. What about you, Cerberus? Why would you feel uncomfortable with it?
I imagined it was going to be a longer decision-making process. I know from personal experience that if it's a quick decision, I am more likely to pick more people.
Okay. Okay, that's pretty much it. Those are the three problems. Just so you guys know, most people answer yes to the switch. Not most, but still a significant percentage answer yes to the fat man, but pretty much no one answers yes to the operating room.
Oh, wow.
In other words, almost no one was willing to sacrifice the healthy patient for his organs. But do you guys see that from a purely utilitarian standpoint, it's the same scenario? Forget morality completely. Just from a purely utilitarian standpoint, do you guys see them as similar? In other words, sacrificing one person to save 10 in each of those cases.
Oh no, I don't.
No, I'm saying forget morality. Forget morality. Just purely utilitarian standpoint.
Yeah, I still would say no.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it has nothing to do with morals. My reason that the last example is calculating. It's not like a purity of action, like you're just doing it because you thought it was the best.
So you're saying in the case of the fat man, acting in the heat of the moment kind of absolves you from premeditation, kind of?
Yeah. Okay. And we use premeditation as, I don't want to say a degree of crime everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, see,
the switch is like a reflex, for sure. That'd be, for me, I would reflex on the switch. I think, I see that for sure. It's premeditation's the difference.
Okay. There's another interesting one. It's not related, but at the last episode of MASH, they're in a basement. I think it's the last episode of MASH. A bunch of people are in a basement, and, well, I forget the scenario of MASH, but I'll just make up my own scenario just so the details aren't screwed up. But let's say you're a German people in Jews in Nazi Germany, and you're hiding out in a basement of a house, a whole group of you. You're a woman and you have an infant with you, a baby, very young. I'm talking like almost newborn. And there are Nazi soldiers searching above the house, and the baby starts to cry. Now, the only way for you to silence the baby is to smother it to death. Would you do that, smother your own child to save everyone in the basement? And by the way, if the baby stops crying, that everyone will live. So, like in that scenario, what would you do? But if the baby cries, everyone's going to get discovered and killed.
Yeah, I'd sacrifice the child. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's another hard one where I don't even know what I would do because it's just so fucking hard of an example.
I do it based off of just the fact that
the baby's gonna die anyway.
That's the baby's going to die anyway, and it's not to sound cold-hearted, but it's the least productive member. Like, you could produce more babies with those people.
Yeah.
You yourself can have another child. It's not the trade. I don't see the trade-off at all. I don't understand. I think that one's a little too easy.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't smother the baby.
But they're Nazis. Like, there's no good outcome of that. You and your child being discovered.
Yeah. Morals isn't about making easy choices.
No, I'm not saying it's a moral thing. I think it's just practical. Like, if you get discovered, you're all dying.
But it is a moral thing. You have accepted responsibility for the life of that child.
Yeah, but I don't see how morals play into it. It's purely like out of necessity.
So So if that's true, why didn't you kill the guy in the hospital?
Why didn't I kill the guy in the hospital?
Yeah.
Because the guy came to me and asking for help, not asking to be killed.
Well, I didn't think the scenario was you were the doctor. I thought you were someone else.
I thought we were the doctor.
No, you're the doctor, and you have 5 patients that need organ transplants, and a guy comes in, and in the course of his routine checkup, say blood work or something, you discover that he's a perfect match for all 5 of the people that need the organs.
Oh, my answer would stay the same, but it would be for a different reason. It would be for the reason that I'm giving. I wouldn't kill the baby here, because I've accepted responsibility for the health of my patients.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think this scenario had to change. That there's like somehow 50-50 chance that when the Nazis discover you, they might let you all go versus killing everybody, because that's what they're there to do anyways. Do you hear what I'm saying? That's why I think it's such a clear-cut answer. Like, okay, one person dies, or that person and everybody else dies.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I just don't know that if I would have the
ability.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I would have the strength to do it.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, hypothetical. So you would do whatever you would do in that circumstance, and then you just live with it, and that's pretty much.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. I mean, we could do it so we could change the guy on the tracks in the first one and say that worker was like your wife, or in our cases it would probably be our wife, probably not our husband.
Yeah,
but
that changes
I would,
things.
in that case, I would not throw the switch because I have taken a vow to protect my other.
Interesting.
Right. That would become the doctor analogy for me too.
Interesting. Okay.
I have a moral I have a personal responsibility to that person.
Okay. Now, so Rob, what do you think? Let's say this. You answered earlier that in the case where everyone's a stranger, you would throw the switch and kill the worker. But let's say someone who you loved very deeply was the person on track B. Would you then throw the switch or not?
That's a tough one.
Yeah. The thing that are interesting about these, there's no right or wrong answers necessarily, but the whole point of them is to they're supposed to be extremely challenging and highlight some of the I guess gaps in our moral conceptions.
Well, here's the thing, right? Even though those 2 wolves exist and they provide an objective moral compass, if you take the food out of an economy, you'll find no matter how good people are, they'll start killing each other.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'll come down to, I think in the end, in that sort of scenario, what will happen will be that the survival of the self will become the dominant force.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's the way I think it would play out. I don't know, but there might be. I suppose what I'm doing here is looking over the whole population, and there'd be a lot of immaturity there. The immature folks will definitely be looking after number 1, but there may be a few folks that might give up their life just in that instance, but I've got to think an empty belly would be a very powerful force.
Yeah. I think that when people are in dire circumstances, their normal rationality can become mitigated.
Posit the new question to Reuven.
Well, actually, I wanted to posit a different scenario to Reuven since he answered that he would not intervene. I don't know.
No, but this might change it though.
Right, but I mean, if the person on track B was someone he loved, obviously that wouldn't make him more likely.
Not just loved, but he's married to now. Like now he has.
He already said he wouldn't throw the switch in the first place, even if it was a stranger.
Yeah, but if he's married to him, he now has an obligation. According to his view, he has an obligation to protect that person.
But he already said he wouldn't throw the switch, so whether it was his wife or a stranger, they would be fine.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
Yeah. Now, what I want to ask Reuben is, let's say the worker on track B is a stranger, but his wife or someone he loves very much is amongst the 10 people on the original track. So, Reuben, in that case, would you throw the switch and kill the one stranger, or stick with your original answer and do nothing, not throw the switch, and let 4 strangers and someone you love very much die? Does that change your choice at all, Reuben? Okay.
Admirable, Reuben. Tough decision.
Yeah. Yeah. I've read about these problems a while ago, and I've posed them to people that when the topic warrants it. When there's some relationship, and I just like to do it just to. I find them very challenging personally, and they really make you think about your morality and how you apply it, and whether or not you're consistent in your own morality, stuff like that. Really just highlights some of the limitations of morality, or maybe, yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, maybe highlight some of the limitations, or at least exposes maybe some flawed thinking if there is any, or at the very least challenge. Yeah, or at least challenges your thinking, essentially.
Yeah, it does, but equally it could also be said that it causes doubt, and in doubt perhaps some sort of confusion. I mean, I think of Descartes again, and his stupid idea about I think, therefore I am. That causes confusion, whereas if you just hold that, well, the good doctrines, the Torah, the Gospel of Thomas, that they're the best moral compass or indicators of an innate moral compass, then you just get on with life, and when a situation comes, you'll just deal with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that's all you can do, basically.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the hypotheticals can be a problem.
I got a question for Reuben. Reuben, I mean. I wasn't reading directly. Am I correct in assuming that? Yeah, you're not a sandwich. You're right.
But he is delicious.
You believe things happen. Things are meant to happen.
He said that things are predetermined or something like that.
Yeah, but in that case, wouldn't you throwing the switch would also be predetermined if it happened? Okay.
Now, Reuven, I see where you're coming from, but, and this is just me personally, I'm not saying you're right or wrong, I see the choice to not throw the switch as an intervention, because you're there and you have the power.
Yeah, exactly.
The life of both groups are in your hands.
You're making a choice.
Yeah, you are making a choice. And even though you're choosing not to intervene, and the trolley's going on about its own course, and you're not intervening, since you have the power to change its course, I think either way you are making a moral choice. That's how I see it. I could be wrong. That's just how I approach the problem.
But you are.
Yeah, see, I see that you would be the direct cause because you have the option to prevent it. Exactly.
Yeah. The power is in your hand to change the outcome, and you're choosing not to change the outcome.
Like, for example, let's say someone had a really virulent and super contagious disease that just kills people like crazy and infects people like crazy. Like, would you quarantine them? Now, you could say, well, they have a right to their own life, but in this scenario, they're posing risks, huge risks to everyone else in society. So you might morally have a right to abrogate their rights for the sake of a greater good, so to speak. Yeah, it does depend on the nature of the virus, obviously. Now, in the case of the 5 men, I'm just taking a utilitarian stance. I'm just saying that I would rather, if in this scenario someone's got to die, either 5 people or 1, I would just kill the 1. Now, if it were a loved one on track B, I don't know if I could throw the switch, honestly, because I admit that my feelings would play a role in that scenario there. Maybe that's wrong of me, I don't know, but I'm just answering honestly. That would make a difference for me. Yeah, I agree, Ruben. I tried this the same way.
Yeah,
I tried to use logic also.
If you're going to be around train tracks, always do it in a group.
Yeah.
Don't be riding a train when Ruben's at the controls. That's for sure.
Hey, Sufi, how's it going?
I'm doing all right. I got stuck in like 2 hour traffic.
Oh, bummer. Hey, I just wanted to ask you if you're familiar with like the trolley problem at all, moral dilemma, since you're a behavioral therapist or whatever.
I have never heard of the trolley. What is that?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just link you to the wiki since we all pretty much already went over it, but I was trying to kind of get everyone's opinion. It's a several stage moral dilemma problem, basically.
Now, is this has something to do with determinism?
Not particularly. I wouldn't say so.
It could be, but not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily.
All right, I'll go check it out right now.
Well, do you guys mind if I just explain it to him really, really fast? I'm curious about his answer.
I don't.
Just go through it, yeah.
Okay, so I'll just explain them to you, Sufi. Is that okay? It'll be quicker. Okay,
Sure.
so I'll do it really quick. So this is a thought experiment, so you can't change the details of the thing, of the scenario. So there's a out-of-control trolley going down a track. I'm gonna keep it at 5 people, guys, because that's the equivalent of the final scenario. There's 5 people on the track A, which is where the trolley will go. But there's a switch. You're in between the trolley and the people, and there's a switch that will divert it onto another track. On the other track is a 1 maintenance worker, and he'll die if you throw the switch. But if you don't throw the switch, the 5 people on the original track will die. So what would you do?
All right, who's in trolley?
No one on the trolley will be harmed.
Are there kids in the trolley?
Let's say it's empty. It's an automated, out-of-control trolley.
Okay.
No, it can't be empty.
Why not?
Because then why would you flip the switch and kill the 1 person if it's an empty trolley?
Because the people in the trolley aren't harmed. Only the people on the track. There's 5 people.
Oh, sorry, I got confused.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's 5 people on the main track, which is where the trolley will go if you don't throw the switch. But if you do throw the switch, you'll sideline the trolley and you'll kill the 1 maintenance worker.
The 5 people. Who are the 5 people, though?
Everyone's a stranger. You don't know any of them. You just see what's coming.
Do I know if they're females, they're males, kids?
It just seems like they're a mix.
Okay. And a maintenance worker.
He's a guy, let's say. Would it make a difference to you?
A little bit, but
okay, let's just say he's a guy.
Yeah. Okay, a guy, maintenance worker. Like a split decision.
Yeah, you're right there. The trolley's speeding down the track. You can throw that switch or not. That's the scenario. So 5 people die. You don't throw the switch. one person dies, you do throw the switch.
Throw a switch?
You throw the switch. Now, what if it was a female worker?
I'll still throw a switch.
Okay. Now, here's the second scenario. Same scenario, except there's no sidetrack. There's still 5 people in front of the out-of-control trolley, but this time you're on a bridge overpass in between the trolley and the 5 people. And next to you is a really fat man, and you know for a fact that if you throw this fat man off the bridge and onto the track, he'll stop the train. He's fat enough, and the 5 people won't die. But if you don't throw the fat man, the 5 people will die. So in this case, what would you pick? Throw the fat man or not?
And you're saying that in this situation, I have no time to talk to the person?
Exactly. Same type of thing with the switch. It's just you just got to act right away to, you know.
Given the information that I have, given the circumstances, yeah, I will throw the fat man. Well, no, wait a minute. Could I throw myself?
No, you're not heavy enough to stop it.
No, everybody will die.
The 5 people, you'll let the 5 people die. You won't throw the fat man.
No.
Okay. Now the final scenario is there's a doctor's office or a hospital. He has 5 patients that are in immediate need of organs. They all have a different organ failure. Okay, they're going to die very soon if they don't get the organ transplant. The problem is there's no organs available in a quick enough time, so they're going to die. Now, one of his regular patients comes in for regular checkup. He does blood work on him or whatever, and he discovers that he's a perfect match for all the people that need organs. Okay? So you're the doctor. Would you kill the guy who came in for a regular checkup for his organs and save the 5 people that need the organs? Or would you let the 5 people die and not harm the guy who walked in?
Now, do I have the opportunity to tell him the scenario?
If it makes a difference, answer in each case. Let's say case 1, it's an immediate scenario. You have to just take action immediately. But then you could answer for case 2. Let's say you have time to explain to the guy. But either way, you're making the choice.
No.
You wouldn't do it. Okay.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear the answers. That's all.
Yeah.
I pose these to everybody.
Okay. Now, does it say anything about the decisions that you make?
Not as far as I'm aware. I mean, they're just meant to be morally challenging, and there's not necessarily any right or wrong answer. But I told them, and I'll tell you, most people do choose to throw the switch. Most people, although not a huge majority, choose not to throw the fat man. And a gigantic majority, we're talking like 99% or more, choose not to harm the healthy patient with the 5 organs.
Now, why do you think that people really choose the first one? Because I think I have an idea why.
I can only tell you in my case, I feel like throwing the switch, even though I recognize intellectually that it's effectively the same as throwing the fat man off the bridge, I would throw the switch, but I would not throw the fat man. But I can't give you a good reason why, because I see them as if you're just going off the results of your action, I see them as essentially the same thing.
Yeah, you know what? If you said for some, like if that order was in reverse, like if you said the third one first, and that last one came up with the switch, I probably wouldn't gave the other answer.
So you're saying your answer would have changed if I would have had reverse or whatever?
I think so, yeah, because now when you think about it and then you say, wait a minute, that's wrong, but like in the snap decision, you'd be like, well, I want to save more people, but then yet again, it's almost like you have to let fate just take its hand.
But you can intervene, remember?
Yes.
You have the power, you have the choice to to intervene. You don't have to, but you have the power to.
Yeah, that first one, and I think too is because it's a lot easier to put that switch. With the fat guy, you really gotta work on that, and you could just imagine the scenario that how disturbing that might be. With the first one is like almost you're intervening, but you're not so much affected by it because it's just a switch.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. People say like the switch seems less personal and up close.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even though really, if you really think about it, they're really not that much different, other than your own personal uncomfortableness with the switch versus the fat man. I mean, in the end, it's the same result, right? One person dies versus 5.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I asked for the second one. Could I throw myself out? Yeah, because you don't want to take that responsibility of taking another life.
Yeah, they're tough problems. I've always liked them. They're interesting. They may really make you think.
It almost reminds me of the Milgram's experiment, where they had the guy shocked by, they had a scientist, saying, hey, we need to do this for this experiment. Could you, if he gets the wrong answer, then you have to give him a small electric shock. And the person just kept on doing it, what the scientist was saying. And they weren't even thinking about it. They kept saying, hey, it's part of the experiment. Don't worry about it. It's part of the experiment.
Yeah,
it's the Mills experiment.
Yeah, I read about that, and that was a really disturbingly surprising result. That your average person, plucked randomly, will choose to shock people continually because they feel that because in the context of an experiment, they feel that it's okay to do it.
Exactly.
You're talking to everyday run-of-the-mill people off the street. Wasn't it almost all of them, like 85 or 90%, continually shock the person?
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really makes you question your decision making.
Well, people don't want to take responsibility. They don't want to take responsibility. If they don't have to take the responsibility of that action, then they feel like it's not my responsibility. I was just being told the orders.
Yeah, but really it's the Nuremberg defense, ultimately.
Exactly.
Yeah, which we all recognize to be immoral, wrong.
Of course.
Yeah, in this case we all pretty much, I mean, obviously it's not as extreme. No one's dying, but someone is experiencing pain. But yet most people are okay with it because it's in the context of an experiment. Yeah, it was a crazy study. Really shocking.
I've had that read to me in class back when I was in college, and the more interesting thing I actually got out of it was that it was on gender studies, and they only had like 7 people stop when the guy started crying, all but one of which were men.
So you're saying the women went ahead and kept shocking him?
Well, I'm saying there are less women stopping.
I'm confused. Could you state it a different way?
More men refused to continue to shock him in comparison to women.
Oh, okay. Was the difference significant?
I think it was 6-1.
Wow. Yeah, and by the way, the guy was not actually getting shocked. He was just acting. It was all fake.
That's what they had at the. I remember, and there's a video on it, which is you don't have to read about it.
Yeah.
Yes, and you see.
I was asking, he progressively makes it more and more intense, right? More and more visceral. Every shock,
the shocks
right?
get worse, and his acting, he acts as if he's more and more suffering from each subsequent shock.
Yeah, and
he's answering questions, and if he gets a wrong answer, the experimenters tell him, if he gets a wrong answer, shock him. They're not ever said that they have to or anything. They're just saying this is the rules of the experiment. And people just do it. They just keep shocking him.
Doug, the problem's the whole experiment in the first place, isn't it? Because the there's not a real world scenario that would be moral that a test would be run on that basis, where the instructor would give that advice to the thing. So the flaw
Well,
is...
actually, it was a real world experiment. This experiment.
No, you missed my point. You missed my point. What I'm saying is that set of circumstances that are being framed, and I'm going to say framed, right? That set of circumstances that are being framed for this test,
Yeah.
is not part of our real world phenomenon, because we would have a moral issue with that form of test in the first instance.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like people do.
Yeah.
People kept shocking him.
Yes, Bob. They were kind of fooled to it. The whole thing is that an authority figure told them that it's part of the experiment. We know what we're doing, so don't worry about it. We're taking responsibility, and that's definitely a real life situation because it does happen.
Oh yeah, but wait a minute. The thing that you're skipping over too quickly, I think, is that real world scenario of testers, giving shock moral. We're not addressing that component of the test itself in the real world scenario. There's an immoral thing going on in the first instance where the testers are being deceived.
But remember, Rob, going into it, the experimenters did not know that people would go ahead and do the shocking. They did not know the result ahead of time. But it turned out that in this particular scenario, people were willing to continually shock this guy under the specific circumstances of this experiment. That's all. You can't. It may be expandable, but ultimately, you're right. I mean, only in this particular set of circumstances of the experiment can you say for sure that people were willing to do this.
But the experiment itself is flawed. It's got a bias already in it.
That's the whole point of it, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not real. For that reason.
Of course it's not real, yeah, that's the whole point of it. They were trying to see what people would do if an authority figure told them to do something immoral, and people did it.
But we could explain that by people aren't put in a position of responsibility. They're just acting under authority. So they are, by definition, probably not culpable. The person that should be culpable in a legal situation would be the actual person in charge of the experiment.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that. I think that it's a soft Nuremberg defense, that even they would say, oh, I was just following orders, but I think they are culpable because they could have refused to participate, for example. They could have refused to shock the person. They could have done that. There was no limitations on the people.
Once they saw their serious harm, they could have just stopped.
Yeah, they could have said, I don't want anything to do with this, I'm leaving, for example. But they just most people just shocked the person continually.
There was one person that actually was shocking another person. He kept wanting to refuse, but the experimenters goes like, well, no, don't worry, it's part of the experiment. We have to complete the experiment. And he was like, okay, and then shocked again. And he was like, wait, this guy's in pain. He's like, don't worry about it, he's going to be fine. Just shock him again. He got the wrong answer. So the guy shocked him again.
Yeah,
he just kept going.
Yeah, where at any point that guy could have said, this is immoral, I refuse to participate, I'm leaving.
And you know what's funny? Because he did say that. But then the guy got him back again and said, no, it's part of the experiment. We have to complete the experiment. He wasn't putting the gun to his head.
No, he wasn't forcing him. He was just talking to him and talking him to it.
He was just saying it's part of the experiment, yes.
What's a real-world example of that occurring then?
That experiment.
Yeah, sorry?
That is the real world example. That experiment is the real world example.
No. Forget about the behavior of the subjects. Is there a real world phenomenon where people actually
blindly bows down to authority?
Yeah, sorry?
Yeah, there's a lot of examples.
No. I'm talking about the actual test itself. So forget about the subjects that are called in to do the bidding, if you like. But is there a real...
Electroshock therapy. I don't understand. Every aspect about this is real.
Rob.
No.
As far as it being an experiment versus being real, according to the people doing the shocking, it was real to them as it would be if real world example.
You're missing a point here. It's a contrived. The whole thing's a contrived scenario. What I'm challenging.
No, it's not. Not to the people doing it.
Yeah, the people doing it still had a moral choice, Rob.
The people doing it thought it was real.
Rob, clarify.
You're missing a point. You really are. You're missing a point here, right? That was a contrived scenario where... Now, let me try and express this properly. So we've got a scenario where some qualified personnel have set up a test, right, which has a subject come in, and the subject's required to give the subject is required to give the person that's been given the test a shock if they get it wrong. What I'm saying is that the people that constructed the test scenario have put an hypothetical into the mix that's not seen in the real world. That wouldn't be as well as that would be.
Identify the hypothetical, Rob.
Go unchallenged. Well, I'm actually asking you guys to do that because I'm trying to think of a situation where an actual experimenter would set up such a test.
Nazi Germany, Bayer aspirin.
Then I'd say to you that that's immoral, right? So that's an unreal, and that's the only level we need to deal with. We don't have to worry about anything beyond that.
Now wait, so but Rob, do you see that even though it's a contrived scenario, I agree, and this particular thing this exact scenario probably doesn't happen in the real world. I mean, other than the experiment really happened.
Well, no, actually it does. I mean, that's what shock therapy was. People electrocuting people under the authority of people above them.
Yeah, and people saying that that it's okay.
It was beneficial,
part of the treatment.
even though it was causing them pain.
But Rob, I agree with you that it's contrived. But do you see that the subjects of the experiment, even though it's a contrived scenario, I agree, I totally grant you that. But do you see that they still? Do you find it odd, at least, or interesting at all, that they still chose to go ahead with the shocking? I mean, at any point they could have just said, "I refuse to do it. I'm done." Yes, it's a contrived scenario. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, but that's the problem, and this is a common problem, right? Where we entertain hypotheticals. It's like the Matrix scenario, where we.
But Rob, it wasn't a hypothetical.
But it's not hypothetical.
The experiment really happened.
Wait a minute.
People really had a choice to do that or not.
Yeah, but look where your attention's drawn. Your attention's drawn to the person that was doing the shocking and assessing their performance, but you're not taking into account that the person that organised the experiment is culpable of a moral dilemma that's biasing that other person.
No. Well,
it doesn't make a difference.
But we're assuming the person in charge is immoral.
If we ran into this problem in the real world, the real person that we should be looking at in terms of the moral question is the actual, the person that organised the experiment in the first instance.
So, Rob, would you say that experiments happen in the real world?
Yes.
Would you say that in the real world people do experiments?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then there's an example where you could come across this in the real world by being a participant in an experiment.
Yes, and the moral dilemma involves both the person organising the test, and then if you wish to, the other person.
We all agree to this.
But no one's actually getting electrocuted, Rob. The people organizing the experiment know that no one's being actually harmed. Only the subjects think that.
Here's my issue, though. My issue is that we do spend time on thinking about hypotheticals when really it doesn't serve us well.
Actually, Rob, this experiment really happened.
I'm going to. I'm sorry, guys. I'm heading out. Thanks for the talks. It was good.
All right,
Have
see
a
you,
good night
Abraham.
or good afternoon. All right.
Yep.
Good talking to you.
Okay,
Good
peace.
Okay,
afternoon.
Rob, it's pre-assumed that the people in acting immoral.
Hi, sorry, say it again.
It's pre-assumed that the people acting with authority are already acting immoral.
Yeah, but that's the hypothetical. In the real world, how often does that happen?
Whenever
Not
someone sets up such an experiment, it happens.
Yeah, and you go.
And the two cases we've already given you.
Yeah, but in the case of Nazi Germany, isn't the real issue the person that's conducting that test? And isn't that the moral dilemma?
It's an issue of everyone
Because
doing
no, wait a minute. If it's nipped in the bud, right? So if you deal with it at that level, the secondary question never occurs.
But Rob, would you say that in the Bayer aspirin experiments that the scientists administering the aspirin at the ordering of the people in charge of the experiment were culpable?
Not to anywhere near the degree of the people
But
that
at all
actually
culpable.
executed.
At all culpable.
Well, I'd put it to you this way, that if we were able to focus and address the initial issue, the secondary one doesn't
Yeah,
even
but we're not, because it happened. So we can't go back in time. And I agree with you that in the future we should avoid even having a situation like that come up.
Exactly. So, you know, that model, what it would suggest...
But let's say we're having a trial and this thing already happened, and we're trying to decide culpability of people. What would you do in the trial?
You're drifting back into hypotheticals because...
No, this really happened, and we're trying to...
I understand, but hang on, just let me finish. So what I'm saying is that if that circumstance happens, and it did, wouldn't it be appropriate for society to say, right, we're going to set a rule in place that you cannot conduct experiments, and if you do, then you'll be held accountable for that.
Yes.
And that's the only law that we need to struck, and now we can move on, because we've identified the root moral cause, and if that can be maintained and addressed in society, then we don't have to concern ourselves with the other one, because it's a result of the primary one.
But Rob, what about in the case of the Bayer experiments? What about the people who conducted the experiments and the scientists who administered the aspirin?
Well, it wouldn't have happened if it weren't for the original sin.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it did happen. That's the thing. So what should we do with those people? Should we put them up for trial? What should happen to them?
This is where your hypothetical would serve some value, because it would say that the majority of people are prone to take the orders.
Yeah, exactly.
But the real guilty people are the thing. And see, I often, when I look at certain things through history, I sort of see some episodes where confounding thought has been thrown into the mix. Things like Descartes, things like the Catholic Church owning the Les Miserables, you know, that story when it's really not theirs, it belongs to Plato. Those sort of things are thrown in to throw a spanner in the thinking works, and this is possibly another example of that, where we get drawn off and make a hypothetical more than what it is, when the true resolution of the dilemma is, well, let's put a rule in place that says that you can't set up tests like that because it's immoral, because you're harming another human being. And that's it. The problem's done. Let's move on.
Rob, no, it's not, because laws don't stop behavior. Behavior still happens.
Oh, of course.
Laws are fictional, and reality doesn't care.
The other thing too, Rob.
Laws aren't fictional.
Yeah, we completely make them up. They don't exist in reality, Rob.
Yes, they do, because they're built on...
Tell me where the law not to torture people exists fundamentally in reality.
Right, so it's based on that innate moral code that suggests, you know, I mean, you could be selfish and go and kill people, but that would be regarded as driven by the ego and selfish. But if you chose the other good wolf, right, it would recommend that you do not harm another person. So you've broken that code, so that's the basis for your law. Put the law in place and apply it.
Yeah,
Because
but you have to enforce people in Nazi Germany thought that they were bad and they were acting morally.
But the other thing is, across population, you know, and this is, I guess, where you get you know, a body of mature people that are sort of worldly and wise, they would say on a justice level that that person that set up the experiment did the wrong thing, and 12 good men and 12 good women would throw that person in jail or whatever the penalty was.
Yeah. See, I see the value of the hypothetical, especially the electric shock experiment. It shows that people are susceptible to authority, and it makes us, it should put us on our guard, each one of us, to bowing to authority without thinking through whether or not the actions that authority is recommending for us are moral or not. And the experiment shows that people, normal, everyday people, are willing to just go along with authority if they, you know, and that's important information for us to know about. That should cause us to pay close special attention to when we're in a similar situation, when someone in a position of authority is telling us we need to do something. We should always challenge whether or not that recommendation by the authority is moral or not.
Yeah, but that's fine as long as your society supports that, but then you'll get the worker that's sort of tried very hard to get a job, gets the job, the boss turns out to be an arsehole and asks them to do things that are above and beyond the call of duty, and because of fear of losing the job and
he'll do it. Yeah.
Another one, they'll do it. And where's the societal support for that individual? And they'll do it. They will do it.
Yeah.
It's really, it comes back to valuing common law and developing common law and applying common law.
Yeah, yeah. In the perfect scenario.
So common law would say that the first instance is the problem and deal with it. And it might recognise that there are circumstances where people would come under pressure, but if that became a problem, then common law should support the person that's being demanded to do unfair work.
Yeah, I agree that those sorts of laws or prohibitions against those types of situations are.
Can you see now, though, Doug, that our hypothetical's been done with? We've finished with it. We've worked out our solution. We'd have to assume, of course, that society performs to these standards of not harming everyone. But if society was working, we'd no longer need the hypothetical because it served its purpose. What I worry
that's all I'm saying is the hypotheticals are valuable and they can be informative.
But wait a minute. No. The problem is the hypothetical circulates and people speculate on the hypothetical, and everyone gets their own opinion on it. Whereas what should happen is we should get this common agreement around it and make some action out of it and then move forward rather than dwell on the hypothetical without it being, serving its full function.
Yeah, but Rob, part of getting action, dealing with it, is making it known to people so that they're aware of it, and then you can really cause a societal-wide action on these types of scenarios. That's how you deal with it, is by promulgating the results of these hypotheticals and saying, look at what people are susceptible to. We have to be on guard when we're put in a position where someone in authority is recommending something that may be immoral. We have to be on guard for that. This experiment highlights that we need to be extra careful about these situations, and telling people about these types of experiments helps them see that we're all susceptible to this and we need to be on guard for it. I think that's the value of it.
No. You missed a point there too, because what the discussion on the experiment immediately highlights is this capacity of people to actually do harm under direction without looking at the other causal aspect, that the experiment itself is immoral as well.
What's the other causal aspect, though?
Yeah. Huh? Sorry?
No, I'm saying, what is the other causal
The
aspect?
experiment itself.
The experiment itself is immoral, right?
The experiment is immoral?
Yeah.
Why is it immoral?
Because you're required to give. Now we're talking about from the person that's administering the shock's perspective, because they think it's real. From that perspective, it's immoral for them to be shocking that person for getting an answer wrong.
But they're not really shocking the person.
Yeah, they just believe they're shocking.
But from their perspective, and the point of the whole experiment is to create the perception that they actually are.
But Rob, I agree with you that it's. I don't necessarily agree with you that the experiment's immoral, but don't you see that the experiment could give us valuable knowledge about human behavioral tendencies?
It only becomes valuable if we actually use the results of that in an effective way, where we establish laws that protect people that are in that situation. Because if we haven't done that effectively, and I'd argue that we probably haven't.
No, we definitely haven't.
Yeah, that's right. And then people are still susceptible. So what gains have we got? None. All we've got is this hypothetical.
It had tremendous gains in the field of psychology, because one of the things that I kind of recognized was the awareness of regular people, even like myself. That trolley thing made me realize, wait a minute, I just realized that, I did something that was not in my conscience. You see what I'm saying? So I think it brings a sense of awareness of anybody susceptible to higher authority. And one of the things that I realized, that I had to be careful of, authority figures, and really to try to take responsibility within yourself, that you're responsible for your own actions. But it's not, back even in the past, it was more. I think we're becoming more independent in that sense, but I think the main issue is that it brings us a level of awareness of why people act the way they do, and it was a really important experiment, I believe.
Yeah,
I want to point out that
value of standing on your own 2 feet. I was just going to say, I accept the point about the value of standing on your own 2 feet, but it's got to be looked in its total, right? So there's 2 elements of immorality going on there, not just one. And they have to be put in their proper context to deal with the whole situation. You can't just look at the result and say, my goodness, aren't we terrible? Aren't we capable of doing terrible things under direction? Well, hang on a minute. There's also the question of the direction and the quality of the direction as well.
But we don't always have control over that, Rob.
Well,
we want to design a society where that never happens, but I mean, we obviously don't live in a perfect world, and while we all strive to eliminate those types of situations, they sometimes happen against our wishes. I mean, do you agree that there are authorities in the world that are having their way right now, even though we don't want them to?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we need to be aware of when we're put in situations where an authority is recommending an action that might not be moral. We need to be aware of that, and it helps us from a moral standpoint to be aware of our own tendencies to sacrificing our own moral compass to authority figures. That knowledge in itself is useful to us and useful to society.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's a better stopgap than making a law, because everyone that hears about the results of that experiment, I think, are going to be more likely to not shock the person if they were ever in that situation.
No, well, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. I'll tell you where I think you're wrong. So back in the days when the Rwanda massacre happened, so the world's shocked by that tragedy, 20% of a population just wiped out, and the world reacts, and then they get the UN going and they create what's called the ICC's Rome Statute, right? It's a law. They get 75% sign up, and in that 75% was America. Unfortunately, America withdrew under Bush, bless his heart and soul, but we had, in principle, this common agreement and a means of addressing those forms of atrocity that you're speaking about, where a nation behaves badly. Crimes against humanity, it's called. But the whole problem is that the common law is not applied. And again, in this instance of the example that we're talking about here, the fundamental problem is that common law is not applied. So we talk about the principle, we identify a solution which says put something in law, which is a common agreement, all right, that we all agree this is the way it should be to prevent these things happening. But what happens is we acknowledge that we can't be effective in holding that common law. My question is, why the hell not? Because isn't it, if we're going to stand up for our rights and if we're going to, meet our own personal responsibilities, isn't one of those responsibilities upholding our laws? And that I think we miserably fail on.
But to what extent do countries have the right to self-determination? Like, obviously the Rwanda thing, I agree, is just so far beyond the pale that there's no question that intervention is required, obligatory even.
If you were to read the ICC's Rome Statute, you'll see that it's not terribly restrictive, although then you'll get into arguments about he said, she said sort of thing. But that's what courts are for. They're supposed to go through the evidence and determine things.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, don't you think that the line of where something happening in a foreign country or between two countries or whatever requires morally the action of other countries to stop it?
Absolutely, but that's the point. That's what the ICC's Rome Statute is.
But do you think there's a clear line there, or do you think it's blurry? In other words, do you think you can decide for sure when it's okay to intervene and when it's not a big enough deal to intervene? For example, let's say, for example, in some African countries, people kill other people who they perceive to be witches and doing black magic. Like, is that enough reason to intervene into a country?
Here's the first question. Now, the first question is you need the law institution actively in place. I think that's...
But how do we get it in place in a foreign country that we're not citizens of?
You move from 75% signatory up to 100, and you don't stop until you get it.
How do we get it?
Well, it's up to the people. It comes back to that responsibility of the people to raise the voice and say, well, we want this law.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is, until that happens, when we have 100% signatory and people who are not just signing on but following the rules of the agreement.
Yeah. What happens is we have to live with the consequences of us failing not to meet the standard. And that's exactly what happens until it becomes, because that's actually what Rwanda was. Rwanda was the episode that got the 75% across the line. And unfortunately, the reality probably is, and it shouldn't have to be that way, but unfortunately, if we're to follow history, it will require another set of circumstances just like that before we get the gumption and the smarts to go the full way. When the law is in place,
but it could be that those kinds of things might have to happen endlessly and continually to keep us, on the moral high ground.
I think in terms of atrocity, well, to me it's black and white. Where you have anyone persecuting women and children in their homes or killing them in any form, it deserves immediately to be thrown before a court for examination. It's even if it's just as, like, you know, our concept of autopsy, right? When we have a death in our community, it's examined so that we can learn something, and it's also a form of respect for that life, and it's not, you know, so we can't just blanketly kill people. Well, why isn't that the same state on the state of affairs on the international community? It's just beyond belief. So you've got that Syrian affair that should be before some court. Someone should be investigating it because people got killed. And it might be that.
But let's say the Syrian government doesn't recognize the authority of the court. Let's say they don't even show up to the trial.
Yeah. But then
are you justified to intervene militarily
in
a civil war of a country?
Then the international community has to uphold the law, and it's upon the international community, the signatories, which I don't think it would be ever effective if it was less than 100%, but it's then up to that international community to respond to that set of circumstances. That's the way law works.
Yeah, okay, I'm totally on board with that. I agree with you on that.
Percent signature rate? It's not going to stop it.
What's that?
100% signature rate is still not going to stop it.
I disagree, actually, because I remember seeing something interesting. It was something a New Zealand paper wrote, and it was about the way the Israelis were dealing with Gaza at that time, that there was about 1,000 people died or something. And they spoke up about a crime against humanity, and the immediate reaction from the Israeli leadership was that they would secure the rights of their soldiers. And so that showed me quite clearly that authority is scared of law, particularly if it's law.
Well, see, that's the thing. He's not scared of the law.
Okay. Sorry?
Whether that crime was illegal or not, do you would have demanded those actions be taken?
Sorry, mate, I didn't quite get that.
You're breaking up a lot, Cerberus.
Oh,
yeah, try again, Cerberus.
Okay. Do you think those people would still took those actions without the law saying that this was inhumane?
I think they would.
Without the law? Or with the law?
Without it. In other words,
in place, and it still happened anyway.
Well, the Israelis, I don't think, are signatories. So,
I mean, that's my.
No, but Rob, the Israeli government does regularly violate international law. And I'm not saying that the international law necessarily is just or not in that particular case, but it happens. And I mean, would we want to invade Israel? I mean,
no, the choice is theirs, because all we're asking them to do is present their case to court in the first instance. I mean, if they don't want to come to court, well, I think that's sort of almost like an admission of guilt in some sense, like they've got something to hide. But then that's a question for that international community to take the next step. To me, you may not even need to go down that route. It may be that, you know, 1 or 2 outings and leaders get the message that they just cannot willfully going around unjustly killing people.
But see, that's the thing. It's not the law that made them realize that. It's the people.
Sorry?
My previous point was the law is fictional. It's not the law that kept them from doing it. It's the people that kept them from doing it.
Well, ultimately, yes, that's absolutely right, because if the people do not stand behind a law, it means nothing. Unless people are prepared to support it and, you know, cry out for its implementation, it's worthless. That's an important lesson that we need to learn as humans, is that, you know, we hold the laws are ours. They don't belong to government. But we just don't, well, we don't have a decent vehicle, I guess, to be fair, to really, you know, make sure that the law is applied fairly and justly and transparently.
Mm-hmm. But we do rely on the government to enforce law.
Yeah, well, that's true, but see, this is where the media are supposed to kick in. They should give us a clear and transparent reporting of the outcomes of any trial.
Well, that's not happening.
No, I know, that's right, exactly. We've got weaknesses in our basic design of our systems, but they're not insurmountable, I don't think, and certainly we could do a lot better. But that's, I like democracy as an idea. I think it's the right sort of concept, but it's short of a couple of elements that allow it to function properly and keep the bastards honest, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree with you that we do need a strong international community, because if any person agrees that morality exists and that we should enforce moral behavior, I don't see any justifiable reason why it should stop at a national border.
And as far as Israel breaking international law goes, they don't, because you can't break something you don't sign.
Yeah, I agree, and that's where it's got to be an all-in deal, I think. Or at the very least, we should be asking to stand up and say,
you can break something you don't sign, though. You could have a murderer that says, I don't recognize the law of the United States against murder, but it doesn't matter. It's all about enforcement.
Yeah, but you're not.
For example, the Geneva Conventions apply to everyone, regardless of whether or not they agree with them.
But wouldn't that would have had to have been a common or a majority agreement? Which was that?
It was a majority agreement. Not every country recognizes the Geneva Conventions, but they're all potentially under the jurisdiction of them if enforcement is there, which isn't always there.
Well, that goes back to my point that law isn't real. It would only be considered breaking the law if the other countries ganged up on them.
Yeah, enforcement matters. I agree.
Yeah, but here's the basic thing, right? Nowhere on this frickin' planet ever should women and children be killed in any frickin' war, ever. Period. That should be written down in black and white. And
it's part of the Geneva Convention that civilians should not be killed.
So someone's dropping the ball, because we've got an outstanding matter in Syria that hasn't been brought to account.
If I remember correctly, it says civilians can't be targeted.
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So
they can't be intentionally killed. Yeah.
Because we're not targeting civilians in Syria. We're targeting people. Just the people around them die.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Yeah, maybe there should be a law against having war in blood towns. They should.
People always seem to think of excuses of killing civilians. They always have a reason for it. They always come up with some kind of justification for it.
I can think of a lot of good reasons to have to kill civilians.
Yeah, so can I. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I mean, in the smallest part, they're culpable for allowing their governments to do things.
Although but most of you agreed that you wouldn't be willing to kill a civilian who walked into an operating room, for example. And so, I mean, would you really be willing?
But I don't know that it shouldn't be a case like it just should be a rule that there could be no atrocities, and if an atrocity occurs, bring the person to court, get them to stand up and say, well, here's my justification, and then put that out on public display. I think that, you know, when you play the grey area, that's what allows things to occur. You've got to put leaders on notice where they can't do any of these deeds regardless without knowing that they're going to be challenged legally.
Not just challenged, Rob. That you have to enforce it. Like if you want to bring, say,
it's a process, sure.
Yeah, if you want to bring members of the Syrian government to trial, well, if they refuse to go, the only way to get them there is by military force.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be looking to just America. I'd be saying, right, there's 99% of all the other countries signed up to this agreement. Okay, boys, go and bring them to court.
I don't know. This is not against killing civilians.
Sorry?
I'm not against killing civilians when it comes to war.
I am. Correct.
You are against killing a single person to save 5 people.
Yeah, but that's because
I prefer
not to harm someone.
Reuven wouldn't even throw a switch to save 5 people and kill one.
I mean, I consider the civilians just as guilty as the government for allowing.
Oh, come on, that's not.
No, seriously, that's how you breed responsibility. Sure, baby, you don't want to revolt against your government because they'll kill you. But if you don't, we're going to kill you anyway.
I just think that's a ridiculous demand. I mean.
Say it again, Cerberus, because Cerberus is a thinker. So.
I believe the citizenry is responsible for what their government does.
That's a true statement, actually, because that's one of the weaknesses, is that we really do not govern our governments.
So, are you saying that, for example, German citizens should be on the hook for the Holocaust?
Yes.
Yeah, I just think that's just crazy.
Well, here's the other element. All right, I'll introduce something that might help. Right, so I have this idea that instead of having 3 pillars of democracy, we should have 5. The 4th one is the media, and they're held accountable for delivering good quality, investigative, truthful journalism. And then the 5th column is exactly what a 5th column is. It's those people that knowingly subvert normal operations for their own agenda. And if you had those 5 things on notice, you've got a better framework to then, because there are other factors that go on. You know, you do get these outside forces that manipulate the politics, and you've got to try and flush that out as well, and that should be the media's role to sort of give us an even tilt on those sort of goings on.
You also have power asymmetries. I mean, there are realities of organizational constraints that you just can't wish away. I mean, yeah, you could say that, it would have been, the German people had a responsibility to overthrow the Nazis once they were aware of, the illegality of the invasion of the countries or whatever. But I mean, it's not just black and white like that. You can't just expect citizens of countries, especially in third world countries, when the power asymmetry is just drastic, to just go ahead and overthrow a government immediately like that. And anything that happens in the interim, they're responsible for. I just think that's just unbelievably crazy.
Wait a minute, though. If you've got that law in place, right, and it's signed by everyone.
It's no extremist. It's just unbelievable.
Wait a minute.
Let's phrase it like this. You would flip the switch because you see that flipping of the switch as, right, whether you flip it or not. To not flip it is also the same as, making the content.
Who was that too?
Yeah, but I said that it was a utilitarian choice in the case of the flipping of the switch, and I also was careful to say that I couldn't give good explanations for why. I admitted that I could not give good explanations for why I would choose one and not the other.
I don't know if I broke up or not. I was trying to point out that that you viewed the walking away from the situation and not doing anything as the same as not flipping the switch and staying there.
In that particular case, yes. But I mean, let's say you have a country where you have like a third world country where you have a citizenry who has no weaponry, or virtually none, no organization, and you have total extreme poverty, but you have a government, a power structure in place that has the resources to have organization, weaponry, etc. You can't expect an immediate and full-scale revolt to just happen, and you can't hold the people responsible for delaying such a revolt, if it's ever going to happen, for the atrocities of the government in the interim. It just seems
See, you're equating two things. I don't suspect them to. However, that doesn't change how responsible they are for the actions of their government. Whether they die or not, it's still their responsibility.
Yeah, I just don't agree with you there. I just don't.
Wait a minute. Throw this into the mix, right? Let's hypothetical. Terrible me. Well, it's not hypothetical. I mean, we do have the ICC's Rome Statute. Let's assume it's fully signed up. There's another barrier to that particular regime misbehaving from all the other countries that say that they're not allowed to do an atrocity. If we've got a media that's being responsible and reporting transparently any misgivings, that's another force at work against it happening. And the third force would be the people themselves. And we should all accept this as our responsibility. You know, it's not that we ask people to go out and do all the hard work for us. We should stand up and support them, and we should back those people that actually do the frontline work. So we still have a responsibility, even if it's just support. And or they should expect their government to behave like a decent democratic government. And if they find that they're not, then they should be putting their hands up early and say, look, I've just noticed a couple of things and they look a bit sus. And if they can't cope with it, the rest of the global community should march in and support them.
Yeah,
Dougie's gone. He's going to be right back.
Okay. But do you agree with that, Rob?
What's that, mate?
That you don't stop tragedies by giving people excuses not to take action.
No, the biggest issue I see is the fact that people don't meet their own responsibilities within the community, right? That's a big problem.
Oh no, that's basically what I said. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. And governments, they don't discourage that, or they don't point out that issue, because that suits them. They can keep going their merry little way. But part of a democracy, but you see, then we're hamstrung too, because the media is as useless as tits on a bull. Okay. So there are other confounding problems as well, but they're not insurmountable, and they don't require major changes, but they do require people sort of saying, well, here I stand, I'm happy to meet my responsibilities.
Yeah, but I mean, can you really expect a minority of people to have the gumption to stand up to an insurmountable obstacle? I mean, it may be strategically advantageous to bide your time, and atrocities that happen to that are perpetrated by the power structure in the meantime, you're not responsible for, because you made a strategic choice to bide your time.
But see, that's the thing. You're still making the choice.
Yeah, but you're not responsible for their actions.
But see, you're making a choice. It's strategic. You're taking the risk. It's a risk you're taking. And if some country invades and starts killing you,
you guys said that the citizens are responsible for the actions of their government.
Yeah, they are, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you here.
Hold them accountable.
That they're taking the risk by taking the strategic point to hold off until maybe they're stronger, maybe they can do something more.
But if they do
all
action
I'm saying
early,
is,
it would be ineffective and nothing would change.
But how do you? I mean, now we're talking about what ifs.
Yeah, no, but wait a minute. In that scenario there, Doug, the world community should step up because it's about everyone stepping up, not about just because
Yeah,
the
I agree
atrocity,
with you, Rob.
the
I agree that the world community should step up and take action.
atrocities happen across the border. So, like, we have atrocities occurring now, and we sit at home and watch TV and watch it on the news.
And we're citizens of the world, so are we responsible for those the perpetration of those atrocities?
But
why do national boundaries matter, Rob? If we have the power to stop them.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are issues that we should be talking about.
That means that every single person on Earth is responsible for every atrocity that happens.
No, but if you see an atrocity like you've got, but again, let me go back a step. If you've got the court system in place, there's that deterrent for the atrocity. So it's a multitude of things that you need to get into place.
Yeah, and you can't just drop everything and go for it. The world doesn't work like that. It's not so cut and dried. I mean, you can't just.
Well, we got to 75%, mate.
Yeah, but it took time and effort and planning and biding your time. I mean, you guys are acting like if the government does anything wrong, you can just immediately everyone's just going to lay down or take up arms and revolt immediately. That's not the real world.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that you need to start taking action. I'm not suspecting. Famous cases: William Wallace, George Washington. There's more. They were fighting. They were fighting in favor.
Okay, but in the time between when the action is taken and the ultimate overthrow of that initial power structure, are they responsible for everything that happens in that interim period?
Yes, and maybe they should take their responsibility by asking for help.
I don't know whether you have to actually overthrow structures as much as you need to just have in place an infrastructure, and then then let it do its work. So it's just tweaking around the edges, finessing things, getting a few things in place. I mean, we're that damn close. It's not funny. What I find a bit appalling is that we people don't stand by those people in Syria and say, hey, we're not happy. We want something done about that, and we want someone brought to trial. We don't want people killing innocent people. That's. I'm not probably giving any solution. I'm just saying that's the bloody problem. We let our neighbours die, and these are people that are no less precious than we are. They've got their own families like we've got families. Yet, where's our voice that says this should not frickin' happen? And we're not prepared to let it happen. We're not going to go quiet about it. Fix it. Someone. That's all I'm saying. It's just, if you want to, that's immoral in a sense, and I'm not trying to. I'm as guilty as the next person, but that's what we need to do as a global community. We should not let these innocent folk be murdered without, saying something more substantial.
And there's another option besides going up against an insurmountable odd and just dying because of it. You could leave. You can remove your consent from the situation.
Well, sometimes you have that option, sometimes you don't. Do North Koreans, do they really have an easy option to leave?
Yeah, we'll see there.
A bunch of them do it.
Yeah, but, it's not just a matter of just walking off over the border. It's a huge challenge.
North Korea is a really significant. They're a really interesting test case for a number of reasons, right? Because you've got a dude that sits on the throne that says he's a god, brainwashes his people, and the people believe that he gets inside their head. So that's how he's sort of holding on to power. So that in itself is something that should get a reaction in the global community, but for some reason we don't. We don't.
Yeah, and the reason is they are nuclear power.
And this is where we become culpable. Because if we actually believe they don't have the capability of even trying to stop it or even starting a revolt, now we should help them.
And how would we do that, considering they have nuclear capability?
I don't know. I think it would be a very minor action to sneak. I think that's completely capable. Not really that difficult. He shows his face everywhere.
Who's that? What's that, mate? I missed that.
Oh, sneaking in people with guns to kill him.
Oh,
the problem is that option might incite a nuclear strike by any successors.
Any action against them, because he's just in it for himself anyway. I mean,
we have the capability of shooting down nukes before.
Yeah, but not with 100% certainty. I mean, and certainly we don't have the capability.
Per missile, no. But that's why we have banks of missiles. That's
why
you don't.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, I was just going to say, imagine this, right? You're standing out the front of your place, right, and you're there with your missus and your 2 kids, and some person comes along and they're going to shoot your kids. You're going to stand up and defend them, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we as a global community stand up, and you'll put your life on the line, right? Because it's your family, no question, right? Why don't we as a global community stand up for those poor people in Korea?
Because we're not related to them.
Yeah, I know you could sort of look at it that way, but I still think that as humans, that should be our moral code. We should stand up for people that are being unjustly treated.
I agree that that's an ideal, but I mean...
No, not an ideal. That should be how we live. It's not a matter of knowing and not doing. We should have that as part of our moral fibre.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So it is a call to action. Right, how do we get this party started?
That's a timeless question, Rob.
I know how to get the party started.
Yeah, mate.
Make it very clear to people that if you don't help stop bad problems, you become part of the bad problem.
Yes.
But that's another message that's been, promulgated.
Yeah, but you see
that's why not holding back punches, making it clear that you're either going to die trying to fix your country, or there's a chance you're going to die when other people come to try to fix your country. You should do it.
Well, that would just mean that we have to have a more effective and increased capability international community, wouldn't it?
I think you're going too far towards the end solution. To me, it's just a matter of tweaking the edges of the infrastructure and having decent laws in place that we're prepared to stand behind as the first point of action.
Yeah, I agree with that, but we still have to recognize that there will be situations where you'll have countries or leaders of countries that will not go along.
Yeah, but
they have to be dealt with for the sake of their citizens.
Yeah, but if you have your infrastructure in place and if you can achieve the 100% sign up, you've got the law on the ground already. All you simply do as a first step is you get that UN Council, to do their job and come up with a strategy to deal with the problem. And you just procedurally deal with it. And the procedure will take you down the path of whatever set of circumstances come your way. It's sort of like it's like in change management, right? If you allow people in a change management scenario to worry too much about the all of the possible scenarios, you'd never affect any change. You have to commit to the change. You have to sell the story and then do the change, and then, you know, deal with certain things after the change has occurred. Anyway, you guys must be getting late over there. You better get to bed, eh? Who's doing night shift?
That's me.
Who's that? Cerberus.
Cerberus.
Cerberus. Yep. You're doing night. Are you at work, are you?
Yeah, I'm actually sitting in the lounge right now.
Oh, right. I should have said we're live. Sorry, dude. Still live.
I'm not worried about that.
What did you say that's so bad that we're live?
I was thinking if he's at work, someone might know his identity.
Oh no, firefighter. We actually just sit around and wait.
Oh, okay. So you're allowed to watch TV and play.
Yeah, we got cable here and internet.
Whoa, what a job. Yeah, cool. All right. Well, for me, fellows, I might bid you adieu. I've got to get ready. I'm going up to see my folks up at a place called Leongatha, which is down southern part of Victoria, bottom part of Australia.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so we just go up there for a drive every now and then and drop in and see how they're doing. So it's good. Gets us out of the city.
Yeah. Well, good talking to you guys. Good talking to you, Rob, Cerberus, Reuben, everybody.
See you, Reuben. See you all.
Bye-bye.